That's very different stylistically than the packaging. Oh, and then they're not introducing themselves. Oh,
I work even before let me
Looks good. Wait a second. Wait for Pete. Ready? Okay. We're all set.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Some of you knows me. My name is Father George. I'm the parish priest of St. Constantine Romanian Orthodox Church, part of the Orthodox Church of America. I have the honor today to have among us His Eminence Archbishop Nathaniel and all the brothers in Christ and sisters in Christ. So thank you for coming today for the 35th meeting of OCL Orthodox Church Laity in America. And also in this meeting, we are going to have a presentation done by Florian Ion and some other people regarding the AIOPA. Most of you do not know what this acronym AIOPA means. We're going to find out today together. So thank you for coming here today. And as we, the Orthodox Christian, do, let's go start with the prayer. Let's say together in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil one. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, now and ever, and unto ages of ages. Amen. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, now and ever, and unto ages of ages. Amen. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. Master, be the blessing.
Lord Jesus Christ, our God, came upon this earth to take us into the kingdom. Bless this meeting today, and the deliberations and our actions may be to the glory of the holy name, to that of your holy church, and to our eternal salvation. For we offer glory to you together with the Father and the Spirit, now and ever, and unto the ages of ages.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Welcome. So, we're going to have a break down the road today, and I'm going to give you a tour to visit the church, which is next building here, very close. So that's going to happen at the break time. So one more time, welcome. Feel free. We have the restrooms here on the left and the following. Then we have also some breakfast, coffee. If you need more, feel free to have whatever you need in there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Zaris. I'm the president of Orthodox Christian Unity for the last year, and I'd like to extend our welcome here today for what we believe will be inspirational and nice educational event here this morning. So Orthodox Christian Laity is a 35-year-old organization that I've been a part of now for I think about 15 years, following in my father's footsteps. And we're an organization that advocates for, amongst other things, unity of Orthodox churches in America. And so this is our 35th conference annual, and the first back in person in a few years. So we're thrilled to see everyone in person and be together to pray and do the Lord's work and hopefully bring us all further together. What's exciting about this program today and why we selected Atlanta earlier in the year, we've been running monthly series, call series, educational for us to learn ourselves and to help bring other Orthodox faithful together to learn on issues of unity. And we were introduced to the work of AIOPA. And it was so exciting to see a model of what we have here in Atlanta, where we see full cooperation across jurisdictional lines. And so it's so inspirational to us, and we would like to see ways to bring that to other parts of the country as well. And so we thought, what better place to hold our annual conference than to try to come to Atlanta. So you all have seen the agenda in front of you on the screen. I'll get us started here by introducing Father Christos Mars, and he'll introduce further introduce the rest of the people that will be speaking on AIOPA. But Father Christos was born and raised in Palos Hills, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. We had the pleasure of getting to know him yesterday at the cathedral and seeing a tour there. That was a lot of fun. Father Christos attended Holy Cross Greek Orthodox School of Theology in Brookline, Massachusetts. He earned his master's degree in divinity in 2006. And then he also completed his coursework for a second master's degree in theology, specializing in linguistics. Liturgics, I'm sorry. It doesn't. Yeah.
Linguistics is good.
Let's get it right. Thank you. Big difference. He was ordained in the Holy Diaconate on May 21st of 2007, and to the Holy Priesthood in June of 2007. He's a parish priest at Annunciation Cathedral in Atlanta, where we visited yesterday. And Father Christos is the vice president of the Metropolis of Atlanta Clergy's Syndesmos, as well as the president of the Atlanta Orthodox Clergy Brotherhood. And so I'd like to introduce Father Christos and have him further introduce the rest of the speakers for AIOPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Eminence, brothers and sisters in Christ. It's an honor to be before you today. I'm always nervous as a priest, even giving a sermon. I get nervous talking in front of people. So we always pray and think about the Holy Spirit to come down and guide us as we talk. I feel for you, Pete, because when I have to do introductions too, I'm just like, I have all the things in my head, and it comes out, and we look at this. We have this wonderful organization that is part of the Atlanta Orthodox Christian Brotherhood, and we've called it AIOPA, the Atlanta Inter-Orthodox Parish Association. AIOPA, right? Sounds good, right? Sounds like a nice thing. We have a slide presentation for you today about all of the things that Florian are fantastic movie that will help us out. Thank you. What makes you a good organization? You have a good logo, right? It's a fantastic logo. The logo actually is a play on two things. First of all, comes from the basic understanding from the Archdiocese, the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese. We took this logo and changed the coloring and everything to match that of our Atlanta Orthodox Christian Brotherhood. And then we took further that and adjusted it for our AIOPA group here, which is fantastic. I do have to do some shout outs to our other members who are coming up. Father Anthony Salzman, who will be speaking a little bit later on in the presentation. Jonathan Taggart, who also happens to be from the cathedral, part of our parish council. And Florian, who just does everything for us. And he's from the community here for it. Thank you for everything, for always preparing these things. All of the members of AIOPA bring a special talent to the organization. Each one wants to participate in the church. And for us here, and for us here in Atlanta, in the metropolitan area of Atlanta, we have a lot of opportunity for us to get together. We have an opportunity for us to worship together, to pray together, and my favorite one is to play together, right? To be able to come together and to do things. So during our presentation today, we're going to see some of the history, we're going to see some of the things that we have been able to do and accomplish in our short time together. So our agenda for what we're going to discuss today is the Assembly of Canonical Orthodox Bishops and IOPA, the position of the Inter-Orthodox Church Brotherhood, and the positioning of that within the Assembly of Bishops, the Atlanta Orthodox Church Brotherhood mission statement and participants, IOPA's mission, the 5 dominions and 5 work groups, IOPA's activities plans and status updates, IOPA's parishes, engagement and relationship, IOPA's maintaining momentum, and my favorite one, of course, is questions and answers, because we all have questions and we all want answers to our questions. There are some little answers that I may not be able to give. As you know, we have children at the cathedral, we have a school of over 160 students, and sometimes they ask me questions, so you guys can ask any question you want. I may not be able to give the answer. And they say, well, what do you mean? I said, there are just some questions I can't answer. And I said, well, give me an example. I said, what is the nature of the universe? Can't answer that, I'm sorry. You know, maybe one day, if I'm up there, maybe, I can do that, but we'll see. So our agenda, we've gone through it. The Assembly of Bishops have a mission statement and strategic areas of focus. This is what the hierarchs work on when they get together, and they have specific groups. And one of them is the canonical organization of the Orthodox diaspora, 1 bishop, 1 city. We are blessed here in the southeast that we do not have many bishops here. We have 1 bishop in the metropolitan area, His Eminence Metropolitan Alexius. The next closest bishop is the Antiochian Church, who is down in Florida. So in our metropolis area, this southeast, we only have those 2 in separate spots. So from a canonical perspective, we don't have any of the issues of multiple bishops with the same title or anything of that in the same city. So the mission is that to preserve and contribute to the unity of the Orthodox Church in the United States of America by furthering her spiritual, theological, ecclesiastical, canonical, educational, missionary, and for-profit aims. So this is the strategic area of focus for the Assembly of Bishops. And you can see that there are 16 committees, 16 strategic goals, and the Inter-Orthodox Parish Associations fall under the section called Orthodox Christian Unity and Outreach, and under 2 subsections, 1 clergy matters and 1 canonical regional planning. The reason that it falls under those 2 is because the canonical regional planning is the first part of where we fall in, but clergy matters also happens because if the clergy are not talking with each other and able to discuss, it's hard to keep the same part. So we fall into those 2 areas. And Reverends, if I make a mistake, please correct me. Please correct me. You're there, I'm not. I only read what happens. So the Assembly of Bishops Committee of the Canonical Regional Planning work with Pan-Orthodox Christian Brotherhoods, therefore referred to after as clergy brotherhoods, and Inter-Orthodox Parish Associations, known as associations, consisting of clergy and lay representatives from all Orthodox parishes, to effectively facilitate and maintain Pan-Orthodox parish-to-parish communications, activities, and cooperation, the One Church Initiative, in a pilot metro area. So we were tasked, there were 2 pilot areas in the United States, and we'll get into some of the history with that with Father Anthony, but there were 2 pilot areas in the United States. One was Atlanta, the other one was Akron, Ohio. It was later found that why we were chosen, as far as I know, and I can correct me, one was that here in Atlanta we had a strong clergy brotherhood, meaning brotherhood that the clergy got together, and in Akron it was that they had a good laity getting together. So the idea was to see how that forms when you have a good, strong brotherhood, but not a strong laity to begin with, good, strong laity, but not a strong brotherhood, to see how it forms. So that's why we were chosen along the way. As a side note, for us here in Atlanta, the brotherhood formed in the year 2000. In that year, it happened that there were many priests that came in via transfer, via changing of head priests at parishes, what it may be, from different jurisdictions. His Eminence Metropolitan Alexius thought it would be a good idea. He says, why don't you get together once a month, eat, discuss, don't have to spend a lot of time, a couple hours with each other once a month, to start forming. And that brotherhood began, and from there on, in the year 2022, thank God it's going strong. We continue to meet monthly, even during the pandemic. We met monthly, Zoom, but we were able to continue the dialogue. And because of that dialogue, I have no question, I could call a brother priest in Athens, Georgia, which is an hour away. I can call a priest from another jurisdiction. We talk, we check up on each other, we see how everyone is doing, to maintain our relationships with one another. And that was the beginning of the foundation for AIOPA. We continue also to work with the Committee for Clergy Matters to identify entry points for studying and strengthening clergy brotherhood. So it's always important to know that what we can do can always be better. We're not perfect. None of us is perfect, right? We continue to work every day along the way. And my favorite thing is I did okay yesterday. I'm doing better today, and hopefully tomorrow I'll do even more, right? If I can make it. All right, and then the other thing is to expand the One Church initiative to help establish effective clergy brotherhoods and associations in several other metro areas to be determined. So part of the pilot program is for us to come up with ways in which things can continue naturally in other areas of the country. Now, what works for us here may not necessarily work in another region of the United States, but a foundation can be set, and we are actually creating, we have to have some information about those things so that can be given off as like a toolbox, a toolkit to help begin in different areas. Again, there's a lot of things that it's important to remember. The United States is large, and each area of the United States has its own geographic issues, problems, quirks, things of that nature. I came from the Midwest. I came down to Atlanta because my wife is from here, and I had to learn a whole new dialect, how to speak. When I first came, someone said, "Bless your heart," and I was like, "Oh, thank God, they're being so kind, they're invoking God's name." And then I realized it was a backhanded compliment, because bless your heart can also be, a little way saying, "Oh, you're trying, they're there, good job for you." So you have to learn like dialect, how to say shoes. I say gym shoes. There are tennis shoes here. If you're from Northeast, that's sneakers, right? Things like that. Chicago, Midwest, we say pop. Here we say Coke, and then in the Northeast they say soda. So when you say Coke down here, because we're the land of Coke, then you say what kind? You can say Sprite, or you can say Diet, or whatever. So these are things that you have to learn in the areas. But I bring that up because these are when you look at the toolkits and the things that are trying to be created. When you create in other areas, you have to kind of keep it basic so that each flavor can come in. And I'm not talking about sodas. All right. So the Atlanta Orthodox Clergy Brotherhood mission statement and participants, who's participating in the brotherhood. The Atlanta Orthodox Clergy Brotherhood is under the care of the Assembly of Canonical Bishops of the United States of America. Its mission is to bring people the knowledge of the Orthodox Church and to assist those throughout the city of Atlanta who are in need. So we have that kind of mission statement, and these are the participants of the brotherhood. We have the Cathedral in Atlanta, St. Christopher Hellenic Orthodox Church, Holy Cross Greek Orthodox Church. That is in Macon, Georgia, which is 1.5 hours away from Atlanta. St. Theophile, that's an hour away in Athens, Georgia. St. Raphael de St. Irene, that's in Cumming, Georgia, about 45 minutes away. St. Elizabeth Orthodox Church, they are 1 hour 45 minutes away, I believe, from there. St. Mary of Egypt Orthodox Church, they're closer to us. St. Mary Romanian Orthodox Church, about 30 minutes away. St. Stephen Paul Serbian Orthodox Church, about 25 minutes away. St. Elias Antiochian Church, 20 minutes. St. James Antiochian Orthodox Church, 45 minutes, closer to Father Anthony. St. Stephen Antiochian Orthodox Church, that one is north, about an hour away. Church of the Advent, Western Rite Orthodox Church, that one is about 40 minutes away. St. Basil Orthodox Mission Church, also in Marietta, about 45 minutes away. St. Augustine Home Church, 20 minutes. St. Ines Orthodox Church, I don't know where that one is at right now. St. John the Waterworker, downtown Atlanta, about 30 minutes away. And St. Mary of Egypt Orthodox Church, about 30 minutes away. So these are the participants. These are the churches. This covers all of the Orthodox churches in about a 2-hour drive in the state of Georgia, not counting Savannah. Savannah, Georgia is too far a drive. So we go into Macon, which is about halfway through the state, all the way to the border of Georgia, and then on each side. So Georgia's bordered by 5 states. I learned that because my son had a test. I got it wrong. He got it right. So that's the important part, that he gets it right. It doesn't matter if I get it wrong. So that's a lot. That's a lot. And we get together monthly. month. Now you're gonna say, does every priest from every church come? Sometimes they can't. There's a funeral, there's something going on in the parish, maybe they have a hierarchical visit, maybe there's an emergency that happens. But on average, we have 15 to 20 brothers every month. 15 to 20 brothers every month. And then there's a core group that we always know is gonna be there. I mean, we're always here, right? Father George is the secretary. He's the secretary of the brotherhood, so he doesn't really have a choice. He has to come and, you know, and do it. I'm the president. Father Anthony always has something to talk to us about for the youth and college students. And so we come, and what do we do together there? We get together, and we don't just have a meeting like, oh, we're gonna, you know, we get together to talk about something. Each of the brothers gives, they're asked nicely before I'm telling them to do something. They give a discussion, a small thing for us, maybe a 20-minute presentation for us to talk about something. Sometimes we bring in outside speakers. This whole year so far has been outside speakers.
You move around to different, they always come to Atlanta.
Great question. So we used to move around to other churches, and the churches would provide meals. But what we found is that the cathedral happens to be the central location for everybody. Now, it also happens that I'm president, so I can choose the location, which really works well. But since we provide food at no cost to the priests that come and things like that, the cathedral has happened to be, when you look at a map of Atlanta, is literally the center, and everyone can come into there. And it's not just because we host the brotherhood there. It's also talks about the sizes of parishes when we do Pan-Orthodox events, that it happens that the larger parishes can handle those things. We play around depending on the appetite of the people, depends on the appetite of the priest as well. We do things in other parishes sometimes during Great Lent. As an example, one year we did, a few years rather in a row, we did every Sunday evening with the Christian vespers. We went to smaller parishes outside of Atlanta, minus Sunday Orthodox. And we're going to different parishes. And we did that for several years, and it started off as a really beautiful opportunity to visit other parishes and to see things. And by the time the third year came around that we were doing it in a row, there was almost nobody at services. So we said, we'll take a break and see if we can start that up again. COVID happened, so we had to stop. And we haven't discussed actually reinstating any of that yet, because we're moving slowly to see what is happening, and we're trying to focus on AIOPA to get that organization going. So this is something we're going to put on the slate to discuss. So, exciting, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I have one more slide, right? So, I'm done? One more? Yes, I'm done. That was it. All right. So I finished my portion of it. I'm going to introduce now Father Anthony Sullivan. He is the head priest in Christos at St. Philothea Greek Orthodox Church in Athens, Georgia. They chose the name St. Philothea because the name comes from the patron saint of Athens, Greece. And His Eminence, which Pope Alexei says that anytime a new parish is established in the metropolis, it must have a saint or an event that we don't already have in the metropolis. So you can't choose your church denunciation because we already have annunciation or many of the Holy Trinity, St. George, etc., etc. So he asks for different saints to honor those saints. And since it's called Athens, Georgia, the community decided that it should be named after the patron saint of Athens, Greece. They have actually a discussion, right? You have a Synod, right? You get together with them. Father Anthony has been their priest there since the foundation of the church, right? Almost.
Actually, their first full-time.
Right. Yeah. You help with their building, you help with many things. So Father Anthony's been in like really long, he knows about it, and his other area of expertise is iconography. So when we ask a question about icons, don't ask me. I look at Father Anthony, I call him all the time. Father Anthony knows this means, but I'll get back to you. He calls me back and says, this is what this means. So Father Anthony's going to speak to us now about some more slides. Father Anthony, thank you for taking over. It's less worrisome than up here, I promise. Okay. Let's see.
Name tags don't seem to want to stay on. This is a great event. I'll tell you why it's a great event. Because people had a vision a long time ago, 35 years ago, and back then it was kind of a pariah. Orthodox Christian laity. But now we've gone mainstream. And we have our founders here, and founders can kind of, if they don't see things happening begin to lose hope. But they persevered and they stuck with it. And now we have AIOPA. And it says here that it started on the 17th, which is Bishop Alexios' name day, for St. Alexios of this year. And I know Florian has kind of been the mastermind of this. And I talked to him a little bit to find out who he was, what he was doing. He says, well, I'm used to doing mergers for multi-billion-dollar companies, and they usually take an hour and a half. So this is the Orthodox Church. You might find this a little more challenging, but he's done a great job. He has vision, he has understanding, he knows this isn't going to happen easily, as you have seen, but you have to have a little hope now. The fire's starting to catch. There's an organization in our little town in Watkinsville called ACTS, A-C-T-S, Area Churches Together Serving. I heard about it for a couple of years, and I decided to check it out. And then I went to one of their board meetings. They provide a food pantry for the local community. And I found out they've been around for 30 years. They just chupa, trying to get it going, trying to catch fire. And then that doesn't want to stay. Because if it stays like me.
I'm a father. Well, I am a father.
So they kept at it, and then as it began to spread, people began to realize this is a great thing. And within 3 or 4 years, it just exploded. Now they have more churches participating, they have more food than they know what to do with. But how did that happen? They persevered, they hung in there. So the whole thing of Orthodox Christian Unity is creating relationships, getting to know one another. And that's why, well, we could be discouraged, oh, we have 25 people here today. Well, it's a matter of marketing, because when people experience it, they see it, they go, oh, and that's when the energy comes. Don't get discouraged. This is in God's time, in God's way. 35 years in Orthodox numbers is lightning speed. We have slow and fast. Fast is 400 years.
Going back and writing program.
We can't be discouraged. So this is what I heard. Okay, someone called me and said, or I got an email. Okay, this is what you have to do. You have to find one parish council member and one non-parish council member, and give us their names. And so I thought, okay, this is to resurrect our July Pentecost picnic and the cross dive. I said, okay, here's the people. And then I put it out in my mind. I said, these guys will take care of it. And then emails kept coming. I began to read them, and I said, oh, this is about Orthodox unity. Oh, okay. So our mission from the Assembly of Bishops, make Orthodox Church presence more visible and speak with one strong voice. Well, we started in March, and this is lightning fast. People are beginning to see and understand, and it's really a matter of education. And I'm really hoping Florian doesn't get discouraged, because you have to have a long view on this, because when people understand, they go, and then you begin to get the drawing the people that are really committed to it. So what we're doing is we're trying to build community, get to know one another. And he wisely says, well, every parish has so much to do anyway, so let's not overburden them. But let's take advantage of that which we offer, okay, and get us together. So to address common interests, needs, and concerns, church members, so we hear what's going on. And it really did start with the Clergy Brotherhood. Father Bishop Sebastian now started this a long time ago. I was in 1999.
Yeah, he was voluntold to be the president the first year, because they had to get together. And then after that, that's where it began. We have all that information on our website, actually, how that began, so that's good.
And I'm involved in OCL, Orthodox Christian Fellowship on campus, and I know if you don't get their attention, these incoming freshmen, if you don't get them in the first 2 weeks, you'll be chasing them for 4 years. Well, what happened was, these things that we come to are a lot of fun. It's a little break. They feed us. We get to see our friends, we come away edified. It's not a burden, it's a joy. So that's the key, that's the key. So we're trying to build these strong associations of local Orthodox communities, and that's all parishes, all jurisdictions to get together. So little by little, we just had the Serbians join. It took a while, but keep at it. And to share talents and coordination. So if your ambitions are too high, you're not going to get the people. But if you're not doing anything, well, that's not going to work either. So you need that balance, as we were talking earlier, that harmony, as people said. All right, so we want to encourage communication, interaction among parishes, minimize jurisdictional barriers among the parishes. And why is that important? In real life experience, someone comes to me and they want to do something, and I say, oh no, our bishop can't do that. He said, this is how we operate. So they didn't like that answer, so they go next door. And that's not a problem for them, so they'll do it. So they're playing the parents off against each other. That's why this is so important. We really need to be of one mind and be on the same page. So, and develop a strong sense of one local Orthodox Christian family. And that's the only way that this is going to come about. The Assembly of Bishops can't force it. It has to happen naturally. And how does it happen naturally? We get together. We get to know each other. And so as that happens, it's like catechumens that come to me and they say, well, I'm Orthodox. I say, I don't make you Orthodox. I recognize when you become Orthodox in your way of thinking, in your understanding of personhood and fasting and prayer. So the same way here, it's not going to just happen magically. It takes wisdom to not overburden, but to give it time and persistent presence so people begin naturally to come together and establish those relationships. So eventually what we have what Clergy Brotherhood has. We know each other. We love each other. And then it'll happen of its own accord. Let's see what else. So we have 5 domains, 3 under doing, 1 under developing, and 1 under communication. So the doing part, religious, social, and charity. And what we've done, and this is the brilliance, this comes under communication, is when we hear what other people are doing, we put it out on the website. We tell people. So, and then once the event happens, we send in pictures. So of the event, for instance, we had the Liturgical Arts Academy up at the Academia Center for chant and for iconography. And so people come together from all jurisdictions all across the United States to learn Byzantine chant, and I teach iconography. And then we publish those things so that people, it's a matter of information, they see what's going on. If we have a charitable event, if we get together for, like Christmas is coming up, we always do a Pan-Orthodox Christmas. We do Pan-Orthodox service with a speaker. Those things are established. So it's a way of communicating and getting the word out. So we have the religious, we have social events when we get together, and for charity. And right now you'll hear about a charity event that's going on. So that's the doing part of it. The developing activities that allow us to learn and grow together as a team, deeper and pastor, and each one of us can do in our own parishes. And those connections happen naturally. Then we begin to see this, first of all, acquaintance, getting to know each other, and then participate. Like today is the Greek festival up in Tummy. So we spread that word, we put announcements in our bulletin, and we begin to hear, our parish begins to hear what's going on in the Orthodox world in our area. And then communicating activities intended to spread the word about the work we're doing and the results we're having as well, and stay connected with the relevant stakeholders. And that is where the branding comes in, and people begin to understand and are enlightened about what we're going to do. And then you'll see those that are interested will gravitate naturally. Initially, I assigned 2 people. I said, you 2 are going to be participating in AIOPA. Well, one of them has showed up at every meeting. I haven't heard too much from, because the one gravitates to it, says, yeah, I would like to participate in that and be part of it. So this is God's work, and we can't just get discouraged, and we can't get bitter, or we just have to keep plodding along. And hopefully it'll happen. It may not happen in your lifetime or my lifetime, but we've laid the foundation. And may God bless that work.
Introduce Tony. And next, we have Tony.
Tell us what you do.
Still some of my thunder.
Tony is a member of the Annunciation Cathedral. She's on our parish council. So she represents some of the laity, as we said, from the parish council side. As Father had mentioned, that each parish is asked to give a member of their respective councils and a member of the laity at large. And one of the thought processes to this is that sometimes the laity doesn't tell the administrative portion what's going on. Sometimes the priest doesn't tell the administrative portion, but we have a representative of the administrative portion so they can give reports at their council meetings about what is happening with AIOPA. So Tony will be speaking to us from that perspective. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to be here. Being the laity of the group. Please, Father Chris, correct me if I say something.
You're doing a great job. Keep going.
So I want to talk a little bit about the 5 groups that are up here. And as you can see, there's names of each individual who belongs to that group. I do belong to the social group because I chose to be, because I am out there. I'm more of a social person. I enjoy meeting people and getting people together and trying to unite everyone together, and in that sense of together. So we, as Father Anthony had said, the first 3 groups are kind of the areas that we focus on, and then you have this, well, in this case, no, let me put that down one, because it's, okay. There we go. So the first 3 groups are the areas that we focus on, and then you have the social group, which is the group that I'm in that kind of tries to bring those 3 together so that we can present them out there for everyone to see. So how do we get more people involved? We get more people involved by explaining to them what we do. And that's where our communications group comes in. So they spread the word. So the social group kind of grabs everybody, grabs all the events and the people together, and we look at how do we get that information out there. And the communications group literally puts it out there. So how do they put it out there? They put it out there in websites and the chronicles and the parishes who spread the word around to everyone. Because the idea is for the unity, for us to become unified together as not necessarily one church or one community. So think about this. How wonderful would it be when you're looking at some of these events here? And I did give each one of you a copy of this because I want you to take it with you. I want you to spread that word around to your parishes and your communities, let's put it that way, into your communities and get more people involved. How can we get more people involved? Because the more people we have involved in AIOPA, the more we're going to be able to unify and a lot quicker. I realize it's going to be 35, 40 years, however long it's going to take us, but we're going to be persistent. We're going to keep going. But think about when you look at some of these events that are out here, let's start down there on the religious side. When you look at how wonderful would it be if we all came together in one big Christmas concert. I realize that each parish may or may not have their own Christmas concert, and that's fantastic. And we would like to know about that. We'd like to come and see yours. We'd like for you to come and see ours. Wouldn't it be great if we all got together and had one big Christmas concert together? I think that would be an amazing thing for us to do. We look at different charity events. We've had some charity events that are local. We've had some charity events, as you can see, where the first one was in Mexico. And when we get people together from the different parishes, and we go and we help out in the communities, lots of times, many times right here in our own communities, but sometimes it's outside of our communities as well. I like this one. This one's turned out to be a big thing. How wonderful is it that all the parishes can get together, sit around at a round table and swap ideas and areas that we can all grow together as one. It's great when you're in your parish and you're working on your own parish and you're helping your own parish grow. We want that to happen. But there's so many ideas that can be shared amongst all of us. So once we all get together, so that's actually been a really good one. And Father Chris, you may or may not want to talk about that one a little bit later on. I personally was not involved in that, but I've heard some great things that came out of that. Or just being part of the community. How about just gathering and sharing community with people that you don't know, meeting new people. I didn't know Florian, right? I did know Father Anthony, of course I knew Father Krindatch, and I knew some of the others, but it's amazing how many people that I've met just by being a part of this group. AIOPA's been great for that, and I didn't know about all these events, but they've been great. I personally have been to many of them. Was it 2 weeks ago, went to the Serbian festival. It was fantastic. You know what I liked about it was because I went for the food. I'm not gonna lie, I went for the food. I did get to visit church, got to meet the priest. But I got to see that the food was very similar to the Greek food, which I'm used to because that's the church that I attend. But it was different and it was fun. It was the same thing when I went to, last year I came to the festival here. Same thing, I enjoyed the food that was here because I'm just a foodie. That's who I am. I enjoy that. But there's lots of things, right? It's about community. You get together for a golf tournament. You can get together and maybe even help out at some of the festivals. One of the, and I'm sorry, I totally forgot your name. She came and helped out at our festival last week because we needed, was it last week or was that 2 weeks ago? Okay, 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
That feels like last week.
Yeah, it feels like it was last week. Because the festival in itself takes on more than a village to run, right, with volunteers. So she came and helped us. We go and help others. And it's not always about helping. Sometimes it's really, to me, it's about just getting together and joining together in fellowship and fun and eating too. That's my thing. So there's lots of events. As you look at your papers in front of you, and I know you can see it up here as well, as you look at that, think about what you personally would enjoy getting involved in. Where do your, I don't want to call it skill set. Skill set's more of a business word, but where do your passions lie? Does your passion lie in development? Maybe you have really had some great ideas that you've never shared with anybody that said, I think we could really do this. Maybe development's where you would want to be. Maybe communication is where you want to be. Florian has done a fantastic job at helping us with the communications piece of it and getting the word out there. But the website, these meetings, what else are we doing? The chronicles, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff is wonderful and it's a great start for us. But what's really, really needed are all of us together, right? One word of mouth, this word of mouth. We've got to get the word out there. We've got to spread the word to more and more people because I think the more people who we talk to, the more people that we express this to and get them involved. Send them. I personally send everybody to the website because then they get to go on here and see exactly what we're doing. They get to understand a little bit better about what AIOPA is doing, and they also get to see what we've accomplished so far, what's coming up. It gives them an idea. I had somebody not long ago go, "Wow, I didn't realize there were so many festivals in the Atlanta area this year. They're everywhere. It's not just festivals. It's everything." Right? I personally don't play golf, but a lot of people love the golf tournaments, right? So there's so many things we do. So what I would like for all of you to take away today, one small thing to take away, is sharing the word, because I think that's what's really, really important, is that we get the information out there and that we just, in a very small way, right? When you talk about an event or AIOPA or the organization or the unity, take them to that website, let them see for themselves. There's so many kinds of things to do, and get involved. If you know of anybody who would like to get involved, please send them our way so that we can get them hooked up and in one of the groups, and yourselves as well. Thinking about which one of those groups that you would help us excel in.
The important thing here is how do we come up with this? At our very first gathering on the 17th of March, we took what everyone thought. We took all of their thoughts, we wrote them down, and with the help of Florian, we developed into the groups. And the thing is that as we started talking about some of the things that each group wanted to do based on the overall survey, the overall talking of our first meeting, organic things started to happen within each of the subgroups. So an example of an organic thing that came out of it is in the development group. They started talking about certain things, and all of a sudden they said, wouldn't it be great if the parish council presidents got together to talk about things that are going on in the parish? That was an organic development. It didn't come up at all as part of the initial discussion, the initial talk, And they developed it, they came up with it, they had a meeting, and they discussed and really had an enjoyable time about it. And as such, they themselves have said, okay, we're gonna get together quarterly, 4 times a year to discuss what's happening in our parishes, where we're at, what's happening. And they found, just by this little organic development of it, they found they had a lot of commonalities of the same issues in parishes. They found solutions in some cases because already a president has dealt with them. They said, this is how we do it. I never thought about it from that perspective. Let me see and go back and develop it. So organic things are happening. It's not just top down. This is bottom up on a lot of the things that are happening, which is a really wonderful and beautiful thing. Question.
I'm not from Atlanta. But I know from where I live that I heard about your fish and loaves program. And it's not on your thing here. I would think that would be something that's, it's done you all have one of the best feeding programs for the poor homeless people. And I don't know, is it Inter-Orthodox or?
Yes, so we have a beautiful parish, St. John the Wonder Worker. It's a mostly parish in the middle heart of downtown Atlanta.
Yes.
It's in an area that has a lot of homeless population, and it's closest to the zoo. In case you wanted to go visit the zoo, it's right there. Before all of this happened, the priest that was there at that parish, Father Jacob Myers of blessed memory, began the program. And what the parishes have done and have always done is that they contribute, sometimes financially, sometimes with food, sometimes whatever. And that was an organic thing that we had done even before the establishment of AIOPA. So it's hard for us to take that and put that as a development, something that we did, since it was something that was already in existence before AIOPA even came into light. So I think I can't speak for every parish, but I know that at the cathedral, it's a line item in our budget as far as contributing, giving. Anytime that they ask of anything, we want food drives and like that. It's become such an important part of the Atlanta area that people volunteer, people give, people do things. And even with COVID, how they've changed things, how food had to be distributed, things like that, people still participated and gave. So I don't know if it's 100% fair to say that IOPA did anything with this, but we do support it. But it was something that was a natural development for it. We could probably add for it, maybe just as as like an asterisk or something to it. But it's not something that we developed. It was something that we had all known about in the Atlanta area and had freely contributed to along the way.
Some of these things you were developed before your existing.
We will have.
Yeah. No, we're not saying we're not. I want to have that asterisk that it's not something that IOPA developed along the way. I mean, you can't say that any of the religious services would be IOPA's either, but the fact that we're getting together, we never did a cross dive. This was the first time that we never did a cross dive with that was the first time we ever did that. The candlelight service was an experiment actually in 2019 with the Christmas concert, and we liked it so much we're going to continue. And then COVID happened. Pentecost Picnic was something they started a long time ago, and then again it fizzled out because there was not participation by the.
I'm not criticizing.
No, I just
know that that's a thing.
Yeah, it is a famous one, but I can't say that IOPA developed it or did anything with it in that sense. We supported as parishes throughout the Metro Atlanta area, but it wasn't something that our group came up with.
I think on the same line.
Aye.
I think on the same line, we could also through association and through an activist.
Sure.
Solve this problem, just for the communication purpose, so we know about it, right?
Yeah.
And that's on my mind, but at the same time, looking for the religious education, trying to really have a strong curriculum, and if that can be shared with the amazing.
Sure, of course. So, yeah. So this is a living document, right? We're not committed to only 5 groups, and we're going to say, I'm sorry, we're not going to add anything else. This is just what happened since March, right? Since March of this year. So if you take March to November, what was that? 7 months, 6 months? Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So in a year's time, you can come back and say that we're going to have 9 work groups. I don't know, 7 work groups, whatever it may be. So that's a good one that we can add to the list.
Father, who issued this?
So the Assembly of Bishops gave a document, a letter saying this. We were I believe Atlanta was volunteered by His Eminence Metropolitan Alexei, since he knew the work that we were doing here. We received the information and we were told to begin the process of it. And from the time of the receiving of the letter and the process of the assembly took place towards the end of 2018. And with the start of it, COVID happened, everyone changed their whole process. So we came into it afterwards because of all the COVID issues. But within the time of receiving it, after following COVID, whatever, we got into the process and began our first meeting in March. And the goal was to at least have something that we had started with before the Assembly of Bishops meeting that was happening earlier in the year. And it was phenomenal. The Holy Spirit was there. It helped us to begin this process, and hopefully we'll continue along the way with all the wonderful work by all the clergy and the laity together.
We actually
Please.
organically went right into our next section, which was the Q&A.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So I was gonna say, if you would like to take.
Oh, no, anyone can answer it. Anyone can answer it. There's more Q&A, yes.
Any other thoughts, questions?
There's one. Is it?
There's one more slide.
Yes.
Did I miss one? Sorry.
Yes, this is the most important.
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry. Yes. Lord, this is the most important.
So around you've seen the history, you've seen the genesis of AIOPA, you've seen the plans, Tony presented the activities that are happening, but there's this question like, how do you measure this stuff? How do you know this stuff is happening? You have an event somewhere and there are people coming to that event. Do you see islands, like, parishes within the Greek Archdiocese, they just get together? I mean, Tony shared she's going in different places because of the food, but do we see that inter-jurisdictional collaboration, or are we seeing those gay parishes, they just get together, the Greek parishes, they just get together, the Antiochians, they just get together? So it's about how do we measure this? Is this truly a Pan-Orthodox thing, or is it just a collection of islands? And so we have this map, and I'll explain in a second what it means. Tony also mentioned that after each event, we look for two things. One is pictures from the event, and everybody takes pictures generally from the events, and then we post them on our website. But the other thing that we look at which parishes were represented on that event. So we asked, for example, when Father Anthony had the liturgical academy, we said, Father Anthony, you have a number of people. Can you just share with us what parishes they came from? We track this data. Okay, so we look at it. So we know at this event there were people from 6 parishes, 3 jurisdictions. At this one, 7 parishes, 2 jurisdictions. We track all the data, and we represent it here. So I'll demystify this chart in a second.
Do you have them registered so they have?
No, we're not getting to like names and stuff. We just ask whoever is preparing that particular event, whoever's in charge from these 5 groups, and it just tracks this data.
So it's kind of an estimate based on.
Well, it's not necessarily an estimate, because they look and say, oh, I remember it was John from this parish, it was Jane from the other parish, and Jimmy from the other parish. That's what I remember. That's good enough for us. We don't have to go and do attendance, because we don't have this. So that we just look at the very high level, right? In some of these events, like liturgical academies, an event was like person by person, you can track that. But when you have like a festival with thousands of people, you can't. But you can, this priest usually introduce to each other, say, hey, Father, we're doing here is my parish master present, so we try to. Every single dot in here is a geographical location of a parish in Atlanta. Father Christos spoke about the 19 parishes that we have in the Atlanta area, in 7 jurisdictions, and you have actually, in here you have the 8 jurisdictions by colors. The map is a little bit skewed because we have, for example, this is in Athens. If you were to properly represent it, would be somewhere here in the distance. So we just brought it a bit closer. We have, as Father Christos said, we have Nathan, right, really down. We kind of brought it so it fits in the page, right? So it's not purely scientific, but
It's got to fit.
we don't want to, right? So that's that. But the rest of it, they are the same, right? They are the same, and this is the parish we are in. This is the archdiocese. So exactly the Annunciation Cathedral. So that's why kind of you see how geographical it is. Every time a parish participates in an event, the size of the dot gets bigger. Okay? So we are having some parishes that we have some isolated dots here. Yeah, right. We have 1, 2, 3 dots here. Working to bring them into the events. I mean, this is the work in progress, right? So you got to look at, you can look at this one with what's happened, but we are aware that we need to bring more and more people into AIOPA. It takes time, but we're working through it. Every time 2 parishes are present in one event, the line gets thicker. Because when like these 2 parishes, different colors, different jurisdictions, every time we have representatives from both of them in one event, this line gets thicker. So that's how we measure the participation of the parishes, and more importantly, what Father Anthony said, the relationship.
So how long has this represented since March?
Since March. So we're tracking this in pretty much, I think we've tracked by 90-something% of the events. We're tracking within. Again, this is not intended to be a scientific measure, but it's a good representation of what's happening. So what are we looking for? Do we see lines between different colors? That's extremely important. Because that says this is Inter-Orthodox association. Look at the colors, right? These 2 parishes, different jurisdictions, Greek Orthodoxy and Antiochian. You see lines getting thicker. They participate in events together. They meet, they talk, right? So that's how we measure. That's how we measure. Because again, we were thinking about this question, right? Well, how do you know this is working?
Excuse me, the cathedral is the big one in the middle there.
Yes.
What's the big one up, the other DOA one up there?
That's Marietta.
This one.
That's which one?
Marietta.
Okay. So we do have, we capitalize on the existing colors that are already in place, right? Because there are certain events that, you see more of the same jurisdiction participating. What again, we're looking for is this Pan-Orthodox, right? And that's how we track, and we continue to track this, right? Now, there's a point in time, from time to time, we scale back a little bit the dots because they become so big that they can't. So we keep the scale, right? This is not anything, but that's how we measure. So that's how we track it, right? So if someone says, well, this is really working, well, this is what we have to offer. To see that, yeah, we believe this is working. Yes.
So in the case of that spiritual council that we're thinking we can do together with all of parishes actually, we get the credit to the.
Correct.
We all work together because.
Absolutely. That's what we want. Yes. So we want to grow together. That's what it is. But again, we pay attention to this stuff, right? Because if there are isolated dots, we ask the question, well, why? What's going on? Right? Now, the advantage here in AIOPA is that there's a limited number of parishes, a limited number of jurisdictions. So the way we approach this, it's much more person by person. That's how we approach it. Right? We're going to talk in a second here about general things that we are doing, but at the end of the day, it comes to how do we bring joy? How do we bring joy? It comes down to people. Like Father Anthony said, it's relationship. That's what we're looking for. Who do we know there? Who do we know there? Can we get and talk to them and bring here? But this is again what we have to offer here at campus. Now, Tony mentioned this is our website, so I won't feel offended this time if everybody goes on their web phones and check the website. But this is our website. So it's phone optimized. You can go on it, you can see the events, you can see the structure, right? It uses like Father Christos said, it capitalizes on an existing website that it's the clergy brotherhood website. But from there we have AIOPA, we use the same framework that we're doing. So with this one, what I'd like to invite everybody to talk about where do we go from here, right? How do we maintain momentum? Because, Tony.
I'm
Because it's for all of us. So there is this idea of how do you maintain momentum of such an organization, right? And the bigger question is this self-sustained. Do you generate enough value within the organization to say, well, this is self-sustained? Or maybe you have to look at what are the sources of energy you can bring from the outside to keep the momentum. We have to think about this, right? So far, so good, right? We're moving at this, but how do we maintain it? That's important. The other thing that we want to make sure before we kind of go through this is that there is the idea that AIOPA was formed part of the Assembly of Bishops. As you know, Assembly of Bishops will dissolve once the problem is going to be solved. so will AIOPA as an organization. But what we hope is gonna stay relationships. Right? That's the important piece that's gonna stay. So you dissolve the organization, but people continue to meet. Hopefully you're gonna have great food so Tony can enjoy it. That's the idea. The idea is to have this organization to run things, but then when you move away from the organization in itself, everything else keeps going. That's where we like to be. So on this one, let me take the first one, understand the problem and the approach. So we've done a survey some time ago in which we spoke about, do people understand in AIOPA what we're here for? Do they understand what is this church unity? Do they understand what is the one bishop, one see? So we've run a survey to say, well, where is the understanding? Because you cannot assume that everybody's so familiar with everything that's going on. So we've run a survey and we came back and said, look, there's a need for education. And we prepare some materials, we share some materials actually from OCL that help people understand what is this whole thing about, right? You need that education, it's a continuous education that we need to have. And then one of the pieces that we're looking for to, we've done and we continue to do is to address what we call unjustified fears, right? There's this idea that if you reach unity, something bad is gonna happen. You have to address that, you have to expose it, discover it, and address it. Right? One of the things, just as an example, was, well, if we reach church unity, ethnic churches will disappear. But that's not true. But it was an unjustified fear. Why? Because of people did not have access to information. We are uncovering that and saying, look, this is the plan, this is going to work. Oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. And on the same token, you have to address unreasonable dreams. Like this is going to happen by December. It's not going to happen by December. So let's just be realistic, right? Father Anthony said it's a long journey. Let's stay committed, right? So that's what I would offer to the first one.
And what we saw, what Tony mentioned, was this organic thing that popped up, and it was a big hit. Getting the parish council presidents together to talk to each other. Well, how that happened? The Holy Spirit is going to guide us and show us so that it is organic, and Florian has his finger on the pulse to see that he's the director of the symphony among Father Christos. They're kind of, unrealistic expectations aren't going to help. So we have to avoid the two extremes and keep navigating this and responding to the Holy Spirit. So one thing I said today is, you know what? Communication. I need a line item announcements of AIOPA in my bulletin, so people know what's going on. They're not overburdened, but we stay in front of them. So that's the branding, that's the communicating, and we're awfully young. I mean, since March this is developed, look what's going on. All these dots and these lines and these connections, it helps. It gives people vision of where we're headed. So
The engagement of the hierarchy and direct dialogue is always an important part, because a lot of times we see that the clergy may be hesitant because they say, I don't know if my bishop knows about this, but all the bishops are part of the assembly. So it's kind of important for them to receive the hierarchical blessing. Of course, His Eminence, Metropolitan Alexios, is 100% committed and behind this endeavor that is happening, but it writes letters of support all the time. Florian reached out to His Eminence here. They spoke as a parish together. They received his blessing again to participate, and they're fully committed. We have received also from the Antiochian Church and also from the OCA. We've done that, and a couple of the OCA brothers were hesitant. They wanted to start, like, I'm not sure yet. We received the letter. They're part. So it's important to know that the hierarchs know what's going on, and we continuously remind the brothers to reach out to your hierarchy, to make sure that they know what's going on, to let them know what's happening, to be part of the communication part, so that they can feel supportive in asking their laity, their communities to participate.
Has there been any evidence of any resistance, or it's all been?
Great question. So there was one particular OCA priest, I can name the fourth parish, who was very upset, wrote a scathing email to myself saying, how dare you approach my people and talk to them, without my permission and things like that, which is kind of weird because I didn't get their names without him. right? Like there's like, he's been on the list, he's been on the communication, so it's not possible for me to have reached out to grab two random people, one from his parish council and one from his community, but he was not very happy with it. And then his bishop shared the letter. He has said that he will not participate, but did not indicate that the parish will not participate following that letter.
Which is the waters we have to navigate. You have to expect that, and that's just overcoming the resistance or the fear, the unfounded fears. Florian and I, just an aside, is that we got to talking with someone in Minnesota, and they said, "Oh, we have and what do they call it? Myoka. So we have this already. We've been doing this for years, and we have heavy emphasis on education. So there's little pockets of this around. So we need to just kind of discover them and blow on these embers until it can burst into a flame."
And that's, I'm sorry, go ahead, question.
Do you believe this is part of the process of perhaps students on settlement for the United States?
I can't speak to that because I don't know what that process would be to go into that. Right now, we're working on this part, which is trying to make sure that we're all on the same page. It's kind of hard to be on your own if you're not together, right? So the first step is to be together, and that's what our task is, right? To kind of give that information.
But is the Synod bishops in that kind of?
I mean, I don't know what they're talking about.
So we'll have a session after this one. Yeah, there's the other one on the reaching out that I want to just mention there is, again, Atlanta is a quiet area, so we want to do things here, absolutely. But it's also intended to be a model for the others. Like I said, you cannot just take 100%, but we want to share that. So we're reaching out to other organizations to understand, what's happening there. We had established contact with the AIOPA, but also we look at organizations like OCL. We're in contact with OCL to say, hey, let's get a post from here. We're in contact with another organization, the Orthodox Christian Leadership Initiative for development. So we are reaching out to others because we don't want to become just a bubble, just isolated. Where you have to reach out to various organizations because you have to share the work you're doing, but also you have to learn from, like Father Anthony said, right? We've seen in New York they are doing a great program in catechism for 12 weeks. It's like, wow, it's a great idea, right? So you got to stay. You cannot stay isolated. You got to reach out and take things in.
I don't know if we have so much agenda as what we're trying to accomplish as this is under the bishops. They said this is what we want to see, and so I think we have goals, but expectations and agendas, well, that we have to manage. This is what God has called us to. Let's do this work well. But Florian kind of is a big picture guy and says he kind of sees where as we say in the business world, the SWOT, the T part of it. Where are the threats? Either for, making us a useless organization or trying to do too much. And so we need that balance. And since he's the tallest one in the group, we do look smaller on the Zoom call.
Yeah. On the too much front, are there, I'm not sensing any, but are there any limitations that have been imposed on you, like from the assembly of like, you can go this far, but don't go there? Sky's the limit. So anything that's organic and feels right and people are interested in doing. Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, we keep, of course, His Eminence and His Eminence involved. They're on all the emails. They know what's going on. All those things. We have people from the assembly, bishop's representation from the laity. Bill Marianis is an example. Nick Anton. These are all representations that are out there. They receive our communications. They see what's going on. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is kept from them. There are periodic reports that they ask for. There's always fantastic comparing these reports and saying to them. And the reports that they see are the same ones that we present. These like this, so folks can forward that stuff over to them. So there's nothing ever not shared with them. So it's interesting. I don't know what happens in the meetings, Your Eminence. I'm not there. But hopefully they print some of these things out for you to see and to see what's going on. So that the other hierarchs can see the work that is being done here, since it is part of the strategic plan of the Assembly of Bishops.
And as Tony mentioned, and Father Christos as well, we have the Chronicles is actually a monthly newsletter in which we publish everything that we've accomplished, what are the plans, and we send that out to you. It's available on the website for subscription. So it's all transparent, it's all up there. So Okay, I guess we got a couple of minutes here for some other Q&As.
I just want to share that I think it is amazing for such a young, because if you remember the initiation, a lot that happened last few months, and it's great. I was triggered by the accepting that we were working on unity when I thought that gives me my mind that actually we're not united, and that didn't sit very well in my mind for a while. So I was thinking more about maybe this is facilitating, preserving the unity that we must have. So in my mind, I'm arranging thoughts.
You're not, I mean, we don't think about it, I mean, that's the goal, right? But we've never thought about it as we're not united. I look at Father George and I go, Orthodox priest, who does the services the same way, they're just in the Romanian language, because that's the need of the community that's here. We've served together in the cathedral. I've served here many years ago. We've done other things together. The auxiliary bishop of your episcopacy was at our cathedral. He stood up at my wedding when he was a layperson. Lived with me, for a year. I mean, it was for me. I don't think about other Orthodox jurisdictions as not together here in Atlanta, because we talk so much, we get together so much, we go together, but the mandate, the goal, right? So we're using that language because that's what we're told to do. Well, of course.
What happened in my mind?
The first word of the presentation is enhance. So that's how it, so assumes there's already something right with it.
What we have Eucharistic community, what we don't have is administrative.
There you go.
So.
Yeah.
Structurally, right, are you a legal entity, like, or it's all in for, like, are there finances or something, or it's just all volunteer stuff?
All volunteer.
No budget.
No budget. I mean, we've been blessed because the communities have been willing to help in the ways that they can. So again, I can only speak for the cathedral since I'm there, but we've never asked or anything that we do to say, can you pay? Can you give us money to use the facilities for the food, whatever it is?
Are there needs of the organization to?
We'll talk in a second about a fundraiser, so prepare your checks.
There you go.
It's organic in that it uses the gifts and the desires of the people towards this goal. So it's kind of it runs on air.
And electronic communication is very helpful because it costs you nothing, to send it out. So that's always a good thing.
Is there a timetable at which you'll start rolling this out? Obviously, it's really
Good question.
Really good question.
Yeah, so from a pure mission perspective, we are in touch with Akron through the Assembly of Bishops as well. So we were, like Father Christos said, we are in touch with Nick Anton, the Director of Operations at the Assembly of Bishops. He's very familiar with the work. So we're going through that line to establish, like, if you want to think about this as being an organization with a very clear objective, that's the line we are going with. But then we're using events like this to share the work such a way that, whoever is interested, just reach out. I mean, we'll make time to go through this presentation if needed again. We had very recently here, we had our local Serbian church joining AIOPA. People join at different times, perfectly fine. We say, hey, let's have an introduction. We had a meeting with them and say, this is what this stuff is about. You can't just say, go and read, right? You gotta engage in a dialogue. So we are all willing to do that because we understand it takes time. You have to invest time. You have to invest in relationships, like Father Anthony said. You have to talk to convince people to address those fears, to temporarily live dreams, make it real, right? So this is what this is about. Then they say, yeah, we are in. Yeah, we're in. Yes.
OCL is trying to also, sorry, I don't want to extend it. OCL is also trying to ask ourselves the question of how do we help, nationally, as a national organization that's advocating for this kind of work.
Well, how we're helping is that this presentation will be on our website.
There you go.
And our website is very large, so
there
it could be seen as a good practice. Maybe somebody else in some of the Chicago area within many churches might pick it up.
And
highlight good practices.
Yep.
community.
Akron is very different than Atlanta too. They have a different emphasis. They have a different flavor, if you will. They're really focused on, I guess, more on service outreach sort of thing. So that's the natural development that you'll find. But that brings the people together. They support those things together.
Yep, one more question.
So what's the biggest barrier to the mission? Like what has been the most difficult, seeking Orthodox jurisdictional unity, clergy brotherhood, et cetera? What's the biggest hindrance, if you will, to enhancing?
So is your question specifically to AIOPA or in general?
You guys, yeah, your
Just AIOPA?
AIOPA.
So let me start that, and then I don't know if there's a big thing. I don't know if there's like one big thing, you solve that, everything rolls. No, it's tiny little things. That's how it is, right? And you have to work in developing relationships. You have to work in maintaining relationships. You have to work on education. You have to work outside with the hierarchs, right? I mean, there's work that has to be done in all these places. Is there something that prevents us? I don't think so, because we are where we are. Will things help? Yes, we are identified some of them, and we spoke about in maintaining momentum. So I don't think there's like one big thing that's stopping us. I don't think that's the case. But will there be things like if we make progress on some areas, will they keep maintaining momentum? Absolutely so. We're also patient with ourselves. I mean, it's a volunteer organization. We do the best. I mean, there's commitment and responsibility. It's not like, so if it's serious, it's serious. But on the other hand, again, we have to look and take it one by one. And like I said, sometimes we need to talk to John and say, John, well, I don't want to be there because of this. And John, well, this is the reality. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I didn't know. Okay, you've won, John. That's how you have to do it.
And that's the point, is it's a matter of education. We're not big enough to fight in. In other words, people are just finding out and getting to know and signing up, and so it's very organic. But that's probably the biggest obstacle is exposure and education. Branding. They may think you're something you're not, and then when they find out, then you go, oh, okay.
I mean, you talk about like branding, right? One of the easy requests that we asked is to said, and we sent that out to the whole group, was that can you please just put a link to the website from your church website? A nice, easy gesture so that people can start. So when you start talking about it, they can see it, right? And most of them did that. And also we saw traffic, skyrocket on the website. So small asks where we can to start getting the exposure. And then when people start talking about it, the other day, I heard it from the group of seniors. They started talking and they said, oh, did you hear the group? They couldn't say the name, but they started talking. I was like, okay, good. That means that the information is getting up. It's taking some time, but it's getting there.
Yes, I've noticed on the agenda, the AIOPA fundraiser for children's healthcare of the land. Is that a segue that we want to talk about?
We can go into that one now, if we are done with this one, yeah. So one of the, like Father Anthony presented, right? One of the intent that we have is for AIOPA to do things that are larger and more impactful than a parish or a group of parishes can do. So we want to do that. We want to be as like Pan-Orthodox organization. We want to be more than the sum of the individuals. We believe there's value in when you bring things together, you create extra value. We want to do that, right? So we're looking for some of the initiatives that are easy to be done by parishes. They don't require a lot of resource and effort for a parish to contribute, but we can get a larger participation. And so one of the proposed activities it's going to start here in the month of November, but it actually starts here today, is a fundraising for children's healthcare of Atlanta.
That's an established 501.
That's an established organization. They help the hospital here locally. And so we want to do that. And the amount doesn't matter. Right? What's important is we all rally around the cause. And this is the first. We want to do and then grow from there. So that's why the amount doesn't matter. It's just, let's get that understanding. Let's get the participation so everybody hears about this one, everybody's on board with this one and supports the particular cause. So that's what we'd like to do. it's like some of these activities we are doing, we're capitalizing on what's existing in some parishes. This particular one happens to be present in this parish for a number of years. The parish contributed, but we take and say, hey, why don't we expand this? Let's see what we can do as a community in a plan. So that's the intent of this particular fundraising. And for some, who have kids, it is important.
It's a huge hospital area that deals specifically with children and the problems that they go through with healthcare. They're all over Metro Atlanta and other places. And when Florence says, the community here, the cathedral for many years dedicated some of the proceeds from the festival to children's healthcare in Atlanta. So it's not outside of for us here, outside of the norm to hear that name and contributing to such an organization.
And another one we're doing is Soul for Soul.
Yeah.
I have our first donation, my son's shoes, he didn't want them. Collecting shoes and sending them to an organization, and so that's little things, but as you begin to get connected, it'll spark something in each community. Oh, we can do that.
We're not looking at competition, because if you do competition, it's hard because the parishes vary in size. What we're looking for is just, can they participate? Can they contribute to it? And that's the important part, because if you went by size of the parish, numbers will easily tell you that the larger parishes can contribute more than the smaller parishes. It's not a competition. I'm not going to say, hey, look, we did so much and this community this. It's did you participate? Yes. Excellent.
Yes, that's
what we're all for.
I'll publicly commit that OCL will support your fundraiser and will be sending.
Thank you.
And you can leave your shoes.
It's hard. I noted that when I'm thinking about shipping them. I'm a runner and I go through about 4 or 5 pairs of shoes even, regularly, and they're in good shape. I can't use them for running anymore, but they're still an excellent shape.
And that's what they ask. That's what they're asking for, shoes that are not, slightly, so they can.
Yeah, well, I put 300 miles on them, but they otherwise look perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. So yeah, I would say this was our plan to present today. So thank you for your engagement and questions.
Thank you all for everything. It's wonderful. I won't be able to join for the rest of the conference because today is just a light day at the cathedral, 2 baptisms and a wedding. So nothing overstated for us. But it was wonderful, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here. Your Eminence, thank you for allowing me to speak and to be here with the organization, to Florian and the rest of the community here. And it's just wonderful to be in your presence, and thank you all for your warm welcome, and for all of you to pray for your success. And whatever we can do as well, we're here for you along the way. Thank you for everything.
I think we have a break.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah, you're all good stuff up there.
Yeah, right on the car. He does a, you know, he does Orthodox. She's really good. The Orthodox teachers agree. People start to watch from there.
So how are you all?
Right, the deal is that Orthodox is the which takes place in our most recent one.
Hey, wait a minute.
Made it.
Do you like to spend
Agreement on that. This one is the YouTube stuff.
I want to make sure it says what you said and I put it on top. And I told Father Tanker to get up and he said, then I brought it up and he did not know what to
We are visiting. No, we did meet once, some years ago, at St. Cloud's, I saw one of your. That's a bad idea. Better stop that. I think so.
Brothers, sisters, we want to take a walk to the church. We get paid.
I would want to go ahead to the left.
Do you want us to name the other place?
Yeah. You're going through it. I think that one. Oh, where did you get that? Oh, that was the best. That's the best part.
Question about 3 days ago. It was,
Big street that I think that supported it. Oh, I'm trying to get before we start this, I want to say
that's the one for us. What's a text?
Sure. Okay. All right. So.
We also have our.
George.
You may get more credits on the dot.
Yeah.
We don't deserve.
That's right.
Enough chairs.
This is perfect. So we're gonna do the panel. Sure.
Yes.
Right here.
Oh.
Want to say George?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So.
And about 17 condos that, under the areas.
Okay, welcome everybody.
They will go in the archive. I have to put everybody's name on.
Yeah.
There.
Bill.
There.
I can't get you in a picture, you always have your back. Yeah.
Down there.
There we go.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so we got a Peter, who's the vice president.
The other camera, white David. Okay.
Okay,
No.
you actually could get it. You could get it.
Everybody ready? We're going to begin the second portion, which is panel discussion on the Declaration for Orthodox Christian Unity in America. And we'd like to welcome you to the second part of the program. We have a distinguished panel with us. The first presenter on our left, of Orthodox Christian Laity, and currently serves as the secretary. Next to him is Peter Zaris, the current president of OCL, who's been involved for about 15 years, I believe he said. Yeah. George Matsukis, also one of the founding members of Orthodox Christian Laity, former president, former executive director. He's executive director emeritus. He served for 20 years plus. He's really been the face of OCL for many years. Probably most of you have had direct contact with George. And we have a special guest, Alexei Krindatch, coming to us from California. Pete may say some more about Alexei, but Alexei is a sociologist who's done many surveys for the Orthodox Church in the United States and on the continent on different topics. He's worked for the Athenagoras Center in California, for the Assembly of Bishops. He's just recently done a census. He worked on the U.S. Census of Religions for the Orthodox Church. So we're very happy that he was able to arrange his schedule to come be with us. And so part of his presentation will be directly related to the declaration, but then following this panel and the next break, he will give us a special presentation on his newest survey, which is the effect of the pandemic on the Orthodox churches. So we are very excited to have you all here, and we'll turn the program over to Mr. Karkazis.
Thank you. So this is the 35th annual conference of Orthodox Christian Laity. 35 years ago, I was the youngest member of the board. And now I'm the oldest member of the board. In 1987, a group of Orthodox Christians, a Pan-Orthodox group, met in Northbrook, Illinois, at the home of Jim Coolidge, who was one of the founders. Andy Copan, Dr. Andrew Copan, who was married to my first cousin, invited me to come to this meeting. And there were people from all over the U.S., former national presidents of Goya, and they needed a lawyer to be there. So I had no idea what this meeting was going to be about. It was about founding Orthodox Christian Laity. So I was there and did the Articles of Incorporation. Jim Coolidge was the first president. I was the second. It's a 501c3 Illinois corporation, nonprofit. And here we are, 35 years later. We've had conferences every year in many parts of the country. And the culmination of what we've been talking about have been a bunch of publications, books, pamphlets. We've been blessed to have Archbishop Nathaniel, who's here today as our spiritual advisor. He's been on our advisory board from almost the very beginning.
I'm not bad.
So I'm going to give you a little bit of that background about OCL, since we haven't really talked about us that much, but we're blessed to be here. We're happy to have had AIOPA as the presenters talking about what they're doing here. And we can talk a little bit about the declaration, which is kind of like the summary of what we've been talking about for 35 years, administrative unity to bring the church together under one synod that elects its own president. And that's what the declaration talks about. It's addressed to the Assembly of Bishops. But first, I think Alexei has done some research on this, and he has a presentation. Maybe we'll start out with that, and then we can go back and talk about the declaration. Alexei?
Thank you. First of all, I'm very grateful for the possibility to be here. It is not my first personal meeting, so it's great to see some familiar faces, but always some new faces. And whenever I'm in OCL, I feel certain inspiration that people have certain hopes and desires, and not just in theory, but they try to make these hopes and desires to make it in reality. My first presentation will be very, very short. And can you make it brighter? Okay. So the title is Attitudes Towards Orthodox Church Unity in America. What we know, do not know, and should know. And really my emphasis is not on the first part, because I think David sent you a short material, what we know. But in my presentation, at the very end, and it will be really very short one, under 10 minutes, I wanted to discuss what we should know in order to move forward. First, I wanted to reiterate a few data which again were already shared by David. Maybe not everyone has read this material, just a few very basic data so you understand where we are at this point. First of all, about this source of materials. All what I will be discussing is published actually on Assembly website. If you go to Assembly website, you will find my old report, which is called Orthodox Christian Churches in 21st Century America. This study was published in 2018, and all data, which I will be discussing on the following slides, are inside of this 2018 report, so it's publicly available. It's not secret information, it's totally open source, which is on the website of Assembly of Bishops. What is also important, when we did this study, Orthodox Christian Churches in 21st Century America, and specifically looked at the subject of church unity, we were able to get opinions of both bishops and clergy. This is important, so you compare. In case of Orthodox parish, you have participation of slightly under 600 parish clergy all across jurisdictions, which is a good sample. Technically, they represented about 1/3 of all American parishes. So it's fairly representative sample across the board. GOA, OCA, and TATs were represented proportionally to their actual distribution, so it is accurate numbers. As concerned American Orthodox bishops, at that time I was working for Assembly of Bishops, and Committee for Canonical Regional Planning conducted a survey among American Orthodox bishops, and I believe everyone participated except maybe 1 or 2 bishops. So again, it's fully representative data. It's not just a small sample, it's almost like a census. First, about hierarchies. So when we ask them questions, what is their vision for the future of Orthodox Church in the United States? About 40% of them say that basically they see the future of Orthodox Church in America as a fully independent, out of the laws church. So 28% say, well, we can do this right away. 11% say, well, you know, we probably should be first in the jurisdiction of ecumenical patriarchate, but only as an interim step. So bottom line was about 40% of American bishops, 40, less than half, envision future of church in this country as fully independent, out of the laws church. 19% of bishops say, well, you know what, You might have united church, but it should be under ecumenical patriarchy. And then 30% of bishops say absolutely no need for unified church. And then a few people, 12% say, well, you know, I don't have particular opinion, I really don't know. All right? So they are all across the board. So at this point, I don't really, just from their responses, I don't see that there is any mutual understanding anywhere among bishops, because as you see, they are all across the board, which is understandable. What is interesting though, when you compare opinions of clergy and bishops, clergy are much more in favor of Orthodox Church unity in the United States than bishops. So in case of clergy, you have more than half, 52% of respondents who say that they see future of American Orthodox Church as united and fully independent Autocephalous Church. Again, not the vast majority, but slight majority, 52. And then, whereas 30% of bishops say that there is no need for Orthodox Church unity in America, only 18% of clergy did so. So, again, we don't have overwhelmingly support for Orthodox Church unity, but bottom line is very simple. When you go to rank and file local clergy, you have greater support for idea of Orthodox Church unity in America than among hierarchs. But this picture, this is for all clergy combined, all jurisdictions together. But when you go to individual jurisdictions, the picture is much more nuanced. Essentially, you have greater support for fully independent Autocephalous Church among OCA priests and Antiochian priests. 85% of OCA clergy and about 3/4 of Antiochian clergy envision future of this church in this country as fully independent Autocephalous Church. Now, in case of Carpath-Russian clergy and Greek Orthodox clergy, they also see this church as being united, but plurality of them see this church united as being under ecumenical patriarchy, not Autocephalous Church. They say, okay, we would have a united church, but under Constantinople. That's the vision of Greek Orthodox clergy and Carpath-Russian clergy. And finally, among Serbian Orthodox priests, you have sort of, well, you know, maybe we need to have united church, but maybe we don't, you know. So you have a mixed picture. We don't have enough prepared answers from other jurisdictions to make it statistically sound, but for those five, even those five jurisdictions, give you ideas that people again are all across the board. Then it was also interesting to see, okay, well, we looked at bishops versus priests all together. But let's look at individual jurisdictions and see if ideas of clergy from individual jurisdictions are aligned with ideas of bishops. Yes and no. In case of Orthodox Church in America, you have pretty much uniformity in ideas. All OCA bishops at the time of survey say, okay, we should have united Autocephalous Church, and 85% of clergy, so pretty much consistent with one another. But then on the opposite side, you have Antiochians. Strong support among clergy for Autocephalous independent church, but only a quarter of bishops felt this way. Whereas plurality of Antiochian bishops by time of survey say there is no need in the United Church. The church should stay the way it is right now in the United States. And in case of GOA bishops and GOA priests, basically you have uniformity in their ideas that yes, we do need united church, but both among bishops and among GOA priests, a plurality or strong majority in case of bishops believe that this united church should be under ecumenical patriarchy. So again, you have very nuanced picture, bishops versus clergy. Clergy when we look by jurisdictions. And in some jurisdictions, bishops agree with clergy, in some they don't. I know it's complicated things, but sorry for being messy. Now, this is what we basically, one more thing. We also looked at opinions of clergy by age categories. And bottom line is that younger clergy are more in favor of unity than older priests. And this is true for all jurisdictions. In some jurisdictions, the gap is really big. In some it is smaller, but all across the board, younger priests are greater supporters of Orthodox Church unity in America than older clergy. This is all what we know at this point. But here I wanted to raise a few questions. I think what we really need to know in order to move forward. OCL is an old established organization. But truth to be told, I mean, you have a number of supporters, but they belong to a particular category of people, right? We really don't know what is the reach of OCL. What percent of American Orthodox clergy and laity are aware and supportive of OCL? You don't know this. You really don't know how many folks know about you, how many folks just mention your name. You really don't know, right? Out of those who know, positive image, negative image, right? Second question, and probably even more important, what percentage of American Orthodox laity and even clergy are aware that even issue of Orthodox Church unity exists? For a lot of people, the way it is now is just something what people take for granted. You even don't know what this percentage of people are aware. Now, out of those who are aware that theoretically there should be canonically one church in one place, one bishop in one place, out of those who are aware of it, how many really care? And who said, okay, well, theoretically it's a nice idea, but, you know, let it be the way it is. You had declaration, and David told me you have email list of about 5,800 people, and then conventional mail increased 3,600. But declaration was signed only by 321 persons. Right? And all of them, when I looked at the list, except maybe two, were Antiochians, OCA, GOA, no other jurisdictions. This raises questions for me as a sociologist, right? So my question to you, and then I will give you a few ideas. I'm not only asking questions, I am also giving ideas, all right? So here's a crucial question. Beyond current limited reach of OCL, what can you do to make idea of Orthodox Church unity in America attractive, or put it that way, sellable to wider Orthodox audiences? You know, idea of church unity, it's a product. You try to sell Apple phone, right? But if you try to tell to audience, you know what, Apple phone is great phone because it has great camera. But if you use for all your entire life Samsung, and you really take pictures with your real camera, iPhone, also it is great phone, will be never sold because you don't deliver your message in a proper way. Technically, you have two ways in this situation, this iPhone. Number one, you can switch from camera iPhone and tell this uses Samsung. You know, in addition to great camera, iPhone also has such and such and such features, which are better than on your Samsung. That's one way to sell it, right? Another way would be to convince, stop using your out-of-date camera. This camera is really better. But if you simply try to sell iPhone to someone who was using Samsung and never used the camera on the phone, then it's called solicitation. Now, here is a few ideas in terms of how idea of Orthodox Church unity might be sold to wider audiences. For example, you can emphasize to people in the pews and local clergy that in a unified church, local parish community may have greater independence, which is sort of in line with American tradition of congregationality. So local parishes need greater independence in local decision making. You can try to sell idea of greater role of laity in church administration and election of bishops. This is something which is showed up repeatedly in my surveys. So all those ideas, it's something what I'm getting from people in the news. New forms and greater participation of laity in sacramental ministry, that's what we are missing presently in our churches, and this is what people are looking for. Again, it could be one of the products you say, okay, we have our independent church, we may push for this idea, right? Stronger emphasis in our churches on contemporary social and political issues which are facing the United States. That's again what I'm getting constantly from people in the views we are missing in our parishes. More connection and better ties between Orthodox parishes and lives of their local communities and neighborhoods. In many places, our churches are totally disconnected from the life of local community. Stronger focus of our church on external mission rather than on internal workings. So go out. Also, what could be emphasized in many places, we have bunch of nearby smaller dying out parishes with just a few kids in each parish. So idea could be attractive of merging those smaller and dying parishes into larger communities from different jurisdictions to give them a new chance for a new life with more kids in any given parish. Also, stronger emphasis on more inclusive and more racially diverse parishes. Our parishes are extremely wide, with a few exceptions. Yes, we have Black Moses movement, we have a few Spain parishes, but overwhelmingly, compared to average American Christian congregations, we are very wide. We didn't make any, effort to have more Black folks, more Latinos, more Asians. This is another idea which could be solved to speak to wider audiences. And finally, as you know, one of our greatest problems are issue of young people who leave the church. Now, if we would have united church, we can work across the board so that people from different Orthodox jurisdictions could be in the same parish. So bottom line is very simple, and this is the last slide. OCL needs to find out what would be appealing to different targeted Orthodox audiences in this country. This is what I offer for discussion. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to note that I mentioned Jim Cooler George because that was his home where OCL started, and his daughter Patty Damish happens to be here today, so I wanted to welcome her to this 35th annual meeting. I also wanted to comment that over the 35-year history of OCL, it's published many books, lots of occasional papers. It adopted a resolution for autocephaly on October 10th of 1998 and published it. On the front of that little brochure, there's a couple quotes. The first is, and I'm quoting, "It is truly a scandal for the unity of the church to maintain more than one bishop in any given city. It contravenes the sacred canons and Orthodox ecclesiology. It is a scandal that is exacerbated whenever philatalistic, ethnocentric motives play a part, a practice soundly condemned by the Orthodox Church in the last century, the 19th century." That was the late ecumenical patriarch Demetrius of Constantinople. Another quote, "We consider that a patriarchate of North America should exist only so that we can better serve our faithful." That was Patriarch Ignatius IV of Antioch. And finally, "I strongly believe that a united church in North America would, without any doubt, be strengthened in its ability to witness the gospel of Jesus Christ in North America." Metropolitan Theodosius of the OCA. So we have, and I think Alexei, because it really, the data that he's presented today really highlights where we are. When talking about the OCA and their overwhelming support for Orthodox unity, you're talking about a church that is already autocephalous. their bishops are not appointed by a synod in Antioch or Constantinople or Moscow or Budapest or Bucharest. They elect their own bishops, and their bishops elect their own head. I don't think a lot of people in the pews understand the difference between autocephaly and autonomy. And I think the reason for that is because the bishops haven't given permission to the clergy to talk about this. This isn't a subject that the people in the pews are aware of, because who are they gonna learn about it from? Well, they can go to the OCL website, but as you've indicated, it's a very limited reach, although we have a very active website. But anyway, let me get to the declaration. Really is a culmination of what OCL has been talking about for 35 years. From the very beginning, one of the goals of OCL was to educate for administrative unity, to bring the church in the United States into canonical order. Everybody understands that we are not in canonical order when you have multiple bishops in overlapping territories. And that's, Ligonier, Archbishop Nathaniel was there. He was one of the people that signed the two declarations, which are still very relevant. And that effort in Ligonier was really torpedoed by the patriarchs of the other jurisdictions, who were afraid that the bishops were maybe moving too quickly. One of the results of that was the establishment of the Assembly of Bishops. How many people in the pews even know about the Assembly of Bishops? I mean, they've been in existence for 10 years. They were appointed by all of the patriarchs. They said, go and meet together and make the church canonical. But at the same time, look at the results that Alexei is talking about. So many of the clergy in the GOA, the bishops, and many of the other jurisdictions, they don't have permission to move forward with unity, because they've all been appointed by synods that can remove them at any time. So the declaration, I think, I don't know how many, you all have copies of it, was a culmination really of the thinking and of the experience of OCL over a period of 35 years. It took 18 drafts. There were 3 or 4 people initially involved in drafting it, making changes, distilling it, and coming up with it. In many ways, it mirrors the experience of the founding fathers of this country. They came up with a declaration and they had to make it happen. So this is a declaration, and it's addressed to the Assembly of Bishops. The Assembly of Bishops are the ones that have to make this reality, and that's what they've been told they should do. That was a charge they were given by the documents that Sharon received. So I'd like, we have Peter Zaris, our president of our parish, of the OCL. George Matsukas, the former president, 20 years as our executive director, and Alexei, who was a late addition to the panel. We were blessed. Alexei has spoken to several of our OCL meetings in the past. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the assembly, and not the assembly, but to whom we've addressed our questions. And Peter, let's start with you. How is OCL continuing to promote the declaration?
Yeah, it's a big question, right? And I think, many of you may know, some of you may not realize that, we launched the declaration with as much fanfare as we could, with a full page ad in the Wall Street Journal and a half page ad in the New York Times on July 5th. So we thought we could try and make some impact that way, and it was a fun thing to see happen. Alexei brought up a good point. We're actually, I just double checked and pulled out, we're at 323 today, so we picked up a couple.
My presentation was totally out of date.
Yeah. So, but it's forefront on our minds. We didn't really know what to expect. Two big articles where we're going to have hundreds of people. No, not so much. On day one. So that was a learning experience for us. We have found, even some of the challenges, it's a bigger lift than we thought it might be to have someone sign. I'll note that, David, and I insisted a little bit when the mechanics of tracking signatures, we felt it was very important to have a tracking system with very, very high integrity of the collecting the names and something that can't be gamed. It causes some resistance actually to signing too, right? Because you have to fill out a form, you have to submit it, but then we want to make sure that someone can't just, populate 20 names on there, right? So we have an email system back, you have to verify that signature. We feel strongly that that's the right way to say every signature is unique, we know exactly who it is, no one can really game it. That also creates just that much more friction to actually getting the signature, or teaching people that, oh, well, I signed up, but my name's not showing up because you didn't verify. But we are, it's something we talk very actively on how to do more and facilitate more conversation here today. But we met in our board meeting yesterday, and we are investing in our own organization in a way that we haven't in some ways, and that we are looking to bring on a second person into the organization, paid position, for sort of communications and marketing and outreach, right? And we've studied our own data. Alexei showed some in his presentation of, we've seen a lot of growth in the declaration. I think has done quite a bit to increase this, but we've in some cases more than doubled our engagement over the last 12 months through our own tracking, our website, the activities. We continue to do more regular cadence of email communications. It's working, right? It's slow, right? But we are trying to learn what is working and then lean in more. So we're looking for ways to extend into more communication channels more frequently, get the word out. But one way I'll take to promote somewhere today, on the back, I'm sure many of you have already signed the declaration. I suspect in this room there's some of you that may not have yet. So I would like to give you an opportunity right now. You won't be rude. Pull out your phone, right? On the back of the declaration is a QR code. If you take a picture of that, that'll take you directly to the declaration, right? You could also go just straight to our website, ocl.org, right? And fill out the form right now. Let's see, we'll look at the end of the hour. Let's see if we pick up a few of you. I'll refresh again. But the other things that we're looking to do is not only if you have signed it, thank you. But then I'd ask, have your friends signed it, right? Have your family members signed it, right? Have your siblings signed it, your children, your parents, right? Other fellow parishioners, right? And the more we talk in that language, encouraging, we do find, right? Sometimes one of my own siblings, right? Have you done it yet? Yes, I'm going to, right? It's there's a little bit of friction, the intent versus the action, right? It does take work, but our belief is that it will spread and continue to spread, and results, we believe, we'll see more results.
I don't think that
You were one of the members of the drafting committee of this, and I'd like maybe you to comment about it. And also, I mean, you've been involved with OCL almost from the beginning. You were the face of OCL really for 20 years as the executive director. You have more contacts with more people than most of us on the board. Why do you think that we're ready? Are we ready for unity?
No, I think that we're more as a assembly of bishops. They have the assembly of bishops, and it looks like they're, doing something about unity. But I do think that we're more disunited in the assembly of bishops than we have ever been. I think that world affairs, the bishops from the beginning when they started the assembly, they didn't know how to communicate with each other. And it was a time for them to meet each other, but they don't know how to, the rules they set up to make decisions were very convoluted. They have to have 100% agreement to move ahead on anything. And that was a very difficult way to organize the assembly. But since then, it's 12 years old. Today, I think that the assembly is more dysfunctional than the way it was set up. And I think that world affairs, the war,
The schism between Moscow and
we're in a schismatic state, an orthodoxy that we never were before. The bishops don't cooperate. Some don't even attend the meetings. A few of the last assemblies didn't have a quorum. So I don't think that all these things that you point out about bringing in more diverse communities and reaching out on a mission, that's difficult for OCL or parishes on their own to do if it's not done by the hierarchy. In the metropolis of Atlanta, they're working to just bring their churches together, as we heard today. They're not looking for outreach, or they're just trying to communicate with each other. I think the church was more unified under Scoba, and when they met in Ligonier and put forth those two documents on that this is not a diaspora community, that we are a mature church. There was more, that climate was more conducive to unity than we are today. And I just attended the clergy Laity. I'm from the Greek Orthodox jurisdiction. I was a member of the delegation for my parish, and that was the 9th clergy Laity Congress that I attended. And it was the most ethnic oriented, most oriented to the patriarchate than I ever attended. It was like the whole assembly was just to let us know that we are an eparchy of the ecumenical patriarchate. It was not an open meeting. I was very discouraged.
Alexei,
Just a comment. First of all, I would not say that assemblies of bishops is dysfunctional. In fact, from what I'm getting, I'm not working for assembly for the past 2 years, but I'm still getting a lot of communication. Last meeting was fairly functional. But truth to be told, the agenda of Orthodox Church Unity is not on agenda of assembly. And I don't envision it anytime soon. So organizations function, but it's not what they are envisioning.
But that's your purpose. The purpose of the assembly was to come up with a plan to bring the church in this area.
I'm just saying, okay, there is communication. But my point, I guess what I was trying to emphasize in my presentation was very simple point. If OCL would place a lot of focus on bishops and try to work with bishops, then sorry, your efforts are hopeless. Period. You are wasting your time. Plain and simple. You were created originally as a grassroots organization. This is the purpose of OCL, to work with people in the pews via local parishes. And if you will focus on this type of work, not talking to hierarchs, I mean, you should communicate, you should ask for blessings, etc., etc. But your emphasis is really local parishes and people in the pews. Then it will be rewarding. That's my vision. That's it.
Right, right. Well, one of the aims of the declaration was to put it out there and then find out what resistance is there? Why are people not signing? What kind of objections do they have? The parallel that some of us who are familiar with American history is you had the Declaration of Independence in 1776, you had a war. The 13 colonies were not really on the same page on a lot of issues. Certainly slavery was a big one. In order to get the 13 colonies, the 13 states, ratify the Constitution, there was a series of Federalist Papers. You had John Jay, you had Madison, and you had Hamilton. They all issued 52 supporting papers to support the ratification of the Constitution. So far, we've produced 3. So we have 3 occasional papers, 3 papers addressed to the issues that people are raising. Some, I don't feel like putting my name on things. I think it's disrespectful to petition bishops. They might not like it. Anyway, the 3 papers they're published, they're on our website. There will probably be more. But our question is to the laity. First of all, they have to know about these issues. And one of the obstacles to knowing about it, I mean, we're a group, we've been around for 35 years, we've published widely, we have a website, a lot of people look at it. But if they don't hear from the clergy that this is an issue, and if the clergy are afraid of talking about it because they have to get permission from their bishops, and if their bishops are afraid of talking about it because they may be removed by the synods that appointed them. In the GOA, in the Greek Archdiocese, we just had a big, issue about a new charter that would talk about all the metropolitans were going to be made auxiliary bishops. They banned it. I mean, so you have these obstacles to building the kind of groundswell, the lay support, the parishes coming together, have a parish council meeting and talk about the declaration. How's that going to happen if the priest doesn't authorize it? And if he's afraid of authorizing it because the bishop is afraid that a synod in Bucharest or in Constantinople is going to remove the bishop or send them to Mokisos or some other place. So these are the kind of, and we would like to hear from some of you who may not have signed or who have asked a friend to sign it and said, no, I don't want to sign it. Why not? Are there any questions from anybody in the audience? Father, I noticed you had signed it. I looked at the list and I saw you signed it and I looked you up. I called you. I left a message on your phone and you called me back and we talked about it. That was
All right, right here, I wrote down a note. Here's question.
Okay,
What do resistors have to lose? And we have to focus on that. The next thing I wrote was, the priests, they need the support and permission of their bishops. And I signed it because our bishop has authorized AIOPA, says, let's do this. Says, I'm your bishop here in Atlanta to all the jurisdictions. So I said, of course then. So I signed it. But it's a reality that they're not sure, and they don't want to cause friction or be censored or whatever. So what you're saying is a very real sort of situation. But I go back to, what do the resistors have to lose? And none of this work will happen without God, because it's too big to let. We can't do it. Nobody can do it. It just has to keep praying and not give up and just do our part, and then pass it on to the next generation. Let them do our part, their part.
So Father, what would you say, well, how would you answer your question?
How would I answer my question? With a question.
It's Socratic.
My question would be, my question is just, what can we do? And we can pray, and we can not have an agenda and not worry about it. This is the work that God has entrusted to us, and we just do it and leave the results to Him.
Father, I think I have found some cases where the reciprocal is also true, right? People are timid about what do we have to gain. There's many people, I hate to say it, there's a certain apathy, right, to saying, oh, what's my one signature gonna do, right? Something, is my voice gonna be heard? Is it gonna mean anything? Is it even possible, right? To do this, right?
I signed it, and I got a call from a former president.
Yeah,
whoa,
that's awesome, right? Exactly. So, but that's part of what we've tried to get the word out, is that say, yeah, if you're not willing to sign and not willing to talk to others, that's a resistance in itself.
I think what you stated at the very beginning is the most obvious, and it causes everyone to be silent. We're in an uncanonical situation. What can we do?
Father, this is my opinion on that. I got into this organization and I was oblivious to what the national picture, the big picture was. Because my parish was going well, I was teaching Sunday school, life was good. And then I started realizing, okay, we are uncanonical. By definition, that means we are not complying with God's will. Would you agree? Okay. So here's our hierarchs, especially in the GOA, who are saying, we know this is wrong, but we're not going to change it. We're not going to take any initiative to change. And so, I want to be in awe of these hierarchs. I want to be. Pretty hard when I know that they intentionally are doing the wrong thing or not supporting the right thing. And, we ask for God's blessings. We want our church to grow. We have the true church, but we don't follow His rules. So my question is I'm guessing God's a little pissed off, and He's saying, well, you guys know what's right. You're not doing it, so go do it on your own. See how that works.
Well, that's exactly. I just finished working on the book by Stephen DeYoung. I did read God is a Man of War, great book, and then he wrote The Religion of the Apostles, explaining how orthodoxy got where it is. And he said exactly that. He says, when the Israelites misbehaved, God removed their blessing and said, okay, do it your own way. And of course, they get pummeled, and they come back and say, what can we do? What can we do? So I think Alexei gave us a great motivation. He said that about how we can address issues in America with the united voice, that we can be the church, that we can show what hope and unity is right now, because Jonathan Peugeot, he gave a great little talk about the gargoyles on the church. He says the gargoyles are important, that they're in the architecture of the church, because they're the weird, goofy things that are going on, but they're not at the center. They're not on the altar. They're outside to show they're real. There's aberrations in humanity and society. He says, but the problem is now they're at the center. Now they're on the altar. And they're running our society. They have to be there, but not at the center. God needs to be at the center.
Father, another flavor of what we have to lose, right, is, not what do we have to lose by signing, what do we have to lose by not signing, by not committing, by not pulling it forward. I don't look at everything, right? One way or another, I firmly believe in my heart, this is either gonna happen in a positive way, or it's gonna happen decades from now in a negative way when there's nothing left, right? And we're left with 5 or 6 shells of churches in Atlanta instead of 15 vibrant communities in Atlanta, and those shells that are left can't even keep that together, and they'll say, well, we have nothing left, we're gonna close the 5, and we just come together in 1, right? If we don't pull this together now, right, and pull our resources and come together and organize and act as one and administer as one, we're either gonna do it in a positive growth mode, right? Someone talked about business mergers and stuff like that. We're either going to do it in a positive growth mode, or we're going to do it in a retrench mode. And it's criminal to me to think that we're going to do it decades from now when there's very little left.
What we don't hear is the sound of people walking away. Except Alexei hears it.
Yeah. Well, we see it in this. We see it in the statistics.
Yeah.
Almost all of the jurisdictions are losing people. Most of them are not growing.
But Alexei's numbers show the American Orthodox Church is the main supporter of this.
The OCA.
The OCA, so perhaps we should gravitate over to that. I'm saying think a different way, because that's where numbers go. And back to what you said about the revolution, most people don't know, most of the colonists did not support revolution against Britain.
Right.
It was a minority of people. It's always a small group that makes the big changes, good and bad. The Bolsheviks were a small group, but they were able to infiltrate and change the whole country in Russia. It's the same thing with the colonists or the founding fathers. They were not the majority. It's always a small group of people.
But
these statistics tell everything.
But if we were in canonical order, we're a small group. We could transform the whole country. We could be the mega church in America. This little
But
group,
you saw the GOA. The GOAs in the net is so small that we're part of.
If we were in canonical order, we could do things that.
I read it now. I believe it's.
Did you see something?
Did you ever? Yeah.
More of an insight. I'm working on a dissertation on ecclesiology, so just church structure. And I think one of the particular problems in the United States is jurisdictional skepticism amongst hierarchies and amongst clergy. And many of the clergy I work with, and I work in the church and work under clergy, I know for a fact, the pejoratives leveled at other jurisdictions. All the Greeks want to control everything. The Russians are conspiracy theorists, things of that nature. And I think that problem in the United States is particularly heightened because the United States, we have the concept, it's a blessing and a curse of individualism. So you saw, and we'll probably get into this when we talk about post-pandemic life, but even within our own parish, we had people, so we had certain procedures to mitigate the spread of the coronavirus. And there were other churches in the area that didn't have those procedures. So people would say in our own parish, all right, well, you guys are no longer, sticking to the fullness of orthodoxy, so we're going to go to such and such parish. And the problem is we're all skeptical. We have so many choices. We have this great buffet of different churches. If we don't like this priest, in a very American way, we can say, oh, well, I don't care because I'm an individual, I can get what I want, so I'm gonna go to the other church 15 minutes away. And I think that's a big barrier to sort of our unity, is that we don't really we conceive ourselves as one through the Eucharist and through worship. But on a practical level, we sometimes just, just seek what perhaps benefits us or what priest we like and so on and so forth. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges to overcoming sort of the barrier. So I don't know, I mean, I like the tie-in with the Constitution, but at the same time, our very American ideal sometimes is like, well, I'm an individual, it's my choice, I have sort of autonomy to go where I want to go. And sometimes that reflects itself in our ecclesial belongingness.
Can I request a request private radio obviously I'm thinking about two questions. What can we do right now to move this forward? And the second is how I can in a better way, the best way. And in my mind, I think personally I have a need at this point to express that I need to really, so I can take 5 minutes to educate me and how this is going to look. It will be implemented right now. It's just not right now. The grace of God could be started. I would like to know, be explained like the third grader, so I can pass it along to others. That teachable moment, if you could, somebody takes a few minutes and do that. I think it'll be extremely useful for me and for others to explain, because I think that you know what this is, but I don't exactly. I'm making assumptions and I don't like to do that. So the clear picture, I think, is going to be useful to take back and we use it in our parishes so we can explain that. Let's explain that for someone who has no idea about the other ways, because I think people in the view, you said that, right? They don't know how this works and what's the ideal situation, which probably is going to be solvable if we are going to make it as easy as possible.
I think there's two approaches, right? Alexei says that if you're going to concentrate on the bishops, you're wasting your time, because they're not together. They obviously, there's a big difference between them. Our declaration is addressed to them, because on that level, we're saying this has to happen. It cannot happen without the bishops. That's their job. That's the charge they were given by the documents at Chambassi that established them. So the declaration is respectful. It's addressed to them, and it seeks their support. On the other hand, Alexei said, well, you really need the laity to do it. There's a saying in Greek, my dad used to tell my older brother to do something, and he would try to get me to do it. So the affendicolo lestot skeletum, your skelos dinoratum. The master tells his dog, and the dog tells its tail. So for 35 years, I've been hearing, the hierarch saying, well, we don't know that the people want this. Prove to us that the people will support it. And on the other hand, you have the laity who are saying, but we don't know about it because you haven't authorized your priest to give a sermon. When's the last time anybody's heard?
Let me roll back.
I think I would like to know how this is going to look like.
What the future state of if we had autocephaly in the United States, what does that mean? Right.
Starting with the implementation, because what do you do with all these bishops?
All right. So there's a few.
We don't have a patriarch here. We don't have bishops. I heard bishops.
The bishops.
Let me just interrupt for 1 second. So Archbishop Nathaniel, who's been on our advisory board, maybe 20 years ago, at maybe our 25th annual meeting, our conference, gave a talk, and it was entitled "The First Anniversary of the United Orthodox Church."
It's on our website.
It's on our website, right? Everything's on our website. So His Eminence took the time to explain, what is this gonna look like? Let's assume that the Assembly of Bishops, a year ago today, had come together, had elected, and said, we're no longer an assembly, we're a synod. We're all together, we're gonna elect our own head, and we're gonna petition our mother churches to grant us autocephaly, which is pretty much what the declaration calls for them to do. So, Your Eminence, do you recall all of the things that you talked about back then, about what would be the accomplishments, what would the church look like if we had an autocephalous church, all the bishops, all 53, however, are all part of one synod, and they've got time to work out which bishop gets Chicago and which one gets Peoria and which one, that thing, which they've already talked. But maybe you could help explain what would be the benefits of having a single autocephalous church in the United States.
Well, we say in the creed every time we have the liturgy or we recite the creed, we believe the church is one. And the unity of the church is not solely in the Eucharist, it has to be in order, good order. The apostles had good order. They came together to celebrate the Eucharist, but there was good order. And we have disorder here. It's a unique thing that didn't exist, I think, in the church's history, where you have this kind of a situation. So the benefits are exactly the benefits of any other local church, not to say autocephalous, but any local church, which is all of the benefits of unity, which is without getting into individual things, that the faithful would understand and outreach that they haven't before. For example, if I'm Romanian Orthodox and I have a neighbor who's not Orthodox and certainly is not Romanian, I don't feel that I can go to them and say, come to my church, because it's in my language. If I'm English and I have that, I still don't feel that. But when there's a sense of unity, then you feel the mission yourself to invite others into that unity. So I don't recall when you mentioned that I wrote something, not only the title comes back and read what I said, but it's not something, it's something without which we cannot move forward. And I don't know, I think it was George maybe, or maybe it was Peter, but said, little by little we dwindle. We dwindle because we have competition with one another, and that ought not to be. So when there's a unity within an area, a geographical area, where the bishop is there, this is ubi episcopus ibi ecclesia, when the bishop is at the church is there, it means that there has to be some kind of moving forward in a unified way with everyone together. A bishop without a flock is not a bishop. A flock without a bishop is not Orthodox. It's congregationalism. We don't do it. Although maybe American, it has no role in the life of the church. The church is one. If you look at European churches or out in the Middle East and so forth, in general, there's a unity of the faithful with the bishop as a sense of unity. Not him, but the fact that he continues what the mission of the church is, which is the whole reason for this unity is salvation of souls. That's the whole thing. It's not to have a bigger structure. It's not to be more successful. It's to have unity. It's to be the place in which people work out their salvation, which is the church. So the benefits are such that we're living without them. I can say that. We're living without them.
But we're dwindling.
Well, the dwindling is for many factors. So, yes, we have to be careful too about looking at one another. There's a certain amount of attachments that cannot be broken just by saying it's better. In other words, I have people in my parishes who say, if it's not Romanian language, I'm not going there. Because they're attached to what they left. Our mission is not to the past. Our mission is to the present and the future. And that means, as I think Father Roman Braga said very clearly, God brought all of the Orthodox from different places into North America. Canada is a separate entity. Into North America, US and Canada, and Mexico. And from those parishes coming, the seed is planted. It may not develop immediately, but it's there. With converts to the church, convert clergy, convert faithful, convert bishops. So, yes, it's essential because without canonical unity, the Eucharist is not whole. I don't say it's not the body and blood of Christ, I just say the Eucharist as a celebration is not whole.
So some other, I think about my own kids, answers to your questions, right? My wife, who was not Orthodox originally, became Orthodox, right? These things are very personal, right? And I think that I would encourage you to make it that personal with your friends to them, right? Because some of us are very focused on the canonical elements, right? And that it needs to be. Some others that do not understand or focus or even to some degree care, or just to be blunt, right? That may not what sparks them. But I think about my kids who at the moment wouldn't necessarily focus on that, but think of them growing up through school and through high school, now college and past college. They don't even know how to explain their faith to their friends. Right. So in my case, I happen to be across my family super Pan-Orthodox. I grew up in the Greek church. In high school, I heard the service for the first time in English when I went to a camp with my sister, a Christmas holiday thing at St. Vladimir Seminary. Right. I moved to the Midwest, and then after I got married, 2 of my 3 kids were baptized in a Carpatho-Russian Orthodox church that we were, the founding members of. 1 in an OCA church. Then we were back to a Greek church. Then we moved to now we're in the OCA church, right? My sister is in an Antiochian church for almost 20 years. I'm amongst the most Pan-Orthodox families that I know, and it's wonderful, right? But it also has nothing to do with my faith or something like that. Because I have that history, I can explain certain things. But it's challenging when we have multiple jurisdictions, right? How many of us have answered the question when I say I'm Orthodox, or it's like, oh, or they hear I'm Greek, so they think, so you're Greek Orthodox. And it's like, oh, yes, my heritage, my ethnicity is Greek, my faith is Orthodox. It has nothing to do with my ethnicity, right? So to your what's better, right? That melts away if we're just an Orthodox church. For me, that's some of the most personal, right? And I think somewhere we all have to figure out, okay, what resonates with the people? Because if it's that simple, we're just unified, one church that you can explain. I think Father had a comment.
This is going off what Peter said about helping it happen or having it done to you. Think about where we are in the world right now in relationship to oil and renewable energy. How do you make that transition? You know it's the right thing to do, you're gonna run out of oil, but there's things at stake here, and there's people here that are trying to promote this. It may just happen to us by violence, by force. But wouldn't it be better if we kind of planned and made our way that way, moved towards the exit, so to speak? So it's a tough situation, and what you've invested in it up to this point, the fact that we had this meeting today. But look, we're very few. We're not a lot of people.
Well, there are a lot of people watching. In the early years of OCL, this room would have been not big enough. We would have had 200 people. It depends on the host parish, where you are.
Right.
But with the website with email, with other technology, this will be seen, this meeting will be seen by thousands of people. Whoever, comes on our website, whoever, I don't know if Ancient Faith is picking this up, I'm not sure what we have, David, but the fact of the matter is that this meeting doesn't depend on just the people in this room.
And think of the magic of compound interest, right? You think about, right? The 20 of us, and who else can we reach, and who can they reach, right? But it has to be carried forward, and it needs action.
I remember when one of my parishes, it took the name Romanian off. And I said, well, why don't you just take Orthodox off too and then take off
The same.
Holy Cross? People know it's a church. They're not gonna come in if you take the name Romanian off, or if you take the Orthodox off, Holy Cross off, they see it's a church. The issue is we don't go out. And to go out, it means we have within ourselves that concept of sharing the faith. And I think that's not something that can be done on a local parish level without the blessing of the bishop in the whole community. And that's where it happens. A bishop ought to be with the faithful, of course. The bishop ought to be the leaven that stirs up and says, go out, I give you a blessing to go out. And that we don't have. It's just, I'll take care of my own, and he'll take care of his own and his own and so forth. So I think that's the greatest gift, is that it forces us now to say, who are we? What is our mission in life? What does Christ ask us to do? And therefore, we see the best way to do it is, as we find out here with AIOPA, is to be together with the blessing of the bishop, local bishop, is Eminence Metropolitan Alexei, and look what's happening. So I think that's part of it. And you mentioned about the faith. Unless it's lived in a home, unless we live in ourselves, what do you have to share? Except for a history of something of the past, or a language, or a bazaar or something like that. So, yes, the bishops need to be more aggressive in that sense of saying, I'm a bishop not just for my own people in my own diocese, but the people who are in that area. I can't even say that. It's very complicated.
Your Eminence, speaking personally, right, to that faith, I struggled, frankly, maybe it's 20 years ago, I found myself in Lafayette, in Indiana. My wife and I found my Orthodox faith was very deeply rooted from my parents, and we've tried to do the same with our kids and my wife and I. But for me, I always felt it was mine and my personal thing, right? And it was contained, if you will. I started observing friends, right? And I used to think, I'm Orthodox and I'm right, and others are wrong, or their faith or this or that, right? It's a very simplistic thing, but it was like, we're the church, right? And then I started observing friends that spoke about their Christianity from other predominantly Protestant disciplines. I started looking at, as a kid, I used to, they're wrong, we're right, and I kept it to myself. But then I looked, it was like, wait a minute, they talk about their faith, they do this in the community, they do that, right? I looked at it, I was like, oh my gosh, there is something to be shared here. But still, for me, somewhere or another, right, the complexity of the organizational structure, in my way, contributes to that. I don't even know how to explain it. I know it myself, I believe it, it's my faith, but it was a limiter to this comfort of explaining it to others. So,
well, if we have a couple more questions, then I think Alexei has another.
Well, so I think we're this until about 12:15. Then we're at a 15-minute break. Okay. And then it's 12:30. I think it's the schedule, so we have a little bit of time.
So one of the things that we talk about as a benefit that we were united, and His Eminence mentioned it, you know, kind of being in competition with each other. You know, there's so many wasted resources and money and talent, and by having all of these jurisdictions doing things kind of, you know,
Duplicate.
where it
Yeah, inefficient.
They duplicate.
They do it for you. They don't have the right people, where combined, we have all of that together. Our efficiencies would go way up and the results would go way up, because we're not competing. And, you know, it's really, you guys have all been there, when you're somehow you mention your faith. And, you know, I always say I'm Orthodox Christian, but they say, well, is that like Jewish, you know, or is that, but you know, you explain to them, okay, it's kind of like Greek Orthodox, probably the phrase, you know, and they say, well, okay, well, how does that compare to the Serbians or the Russian Orthodox or all that? And how do you explain that? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You know, a Catholic doesn't have to say, well, I'm Irish Catholic or Spanish Catholic or Mexican Catholic. They're Catholic. And those are the benefits that just, it's hard to measure, but they're real. And I just can't believe how, you know, how much better we would operate under a local American church that had a united outreach and evangelism and you know, Sunday school program and all of these things that are so important. They were united, and you can take the best people from every jurisdiction to let them build the programs with the combined budgets. It'd be unbelievable how efficient that would be and effective. My opinion.
And I thought one of the comments yesterday at the cathedral, when we said, well, what would change in your parish if you had administrative unity? Let's assume that the bishops declared that they're a synod and they elected their own head, and all the mother churches said, we acknowledge your autocephaly. What would change? And Father said, nothing would change. Everything would still, the parish programs would continue, the youth program, maybe there would be, AIOPA would be, you know, stronger. You'd have more cooperation, and you'd have it in Chicago and in Detroit and in Los Angeles and other places. But in terms of would a parish that was primarily Romanian immigrants, would they have to go to an English liturgy? No. That would evolve, you know, organically, I should say. But eventually, we all become American. I mean, we may resist the idea of assimilation, but that's the history of the country. With intermarriage, and if we want to maintain the church as an Orthodox church, it will eventually be an American institution. It already is in many respects, but the division, the jurisdictional disunity that we have keeps us from growing. I think there had a question in the back.
Right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not asking a question. I'm saying to everyone that I was inspired a couple of weeks ago when my husband heard from you. That meant a lot to us because we get depressed about what has happened. We were so inspired years ago. We had so many wonderful speakers. And we thought, my gosh, 35 years, and here we are. How many more years do I have? And when we got your call, a priest calling, wanting to hear from us, we were impressed. And we realized the laity really has to go out because we're not getting it from our bishops. I feel I haven't been educated. I don't see the lectures. I go to people, they don't know the difference between being autonomous or autocephalous. The first thing. And we need to learn this from the bishops. How can we learn it from the bishops? We, as the laity, have to go out and get people to understand this. And this, if we If we each got 5 signatures, we'd have over 100. We have to support our priests because maybe we can get our priests then together, 100 of them, to sign the declaration and say, listen, we want this. And they'll go to our bishops. They need our support. And without that, so where do we go? We have a job to do also. And we have a small group, but if we each went out.
And who can I thank? We're at 324, by the way. Somebody is right here, so. Thank you.
I thought you were going to, you had your hand.
Yeah, I just want to say, there might not be changes, in the parishes of the lay people to create this unity, but, knowing what the priest will be, the activity in the office of the priest will be changed, because knowing that you have the bishop around the corner might make you a little bit more aware and more serious about your work that you do in the office. I'm telling you from the priest perspective.
Right, right. Well, the OCA, you can see the statistics. I mean, they're 100% in favor of administration. We have if there are no more questions, we can segue. Are we going to break before we give?
There's a break.
There's a break before we give your other presentation. Well, fine, that's great.
Thank you all.
So thank you all.
Before we leave the break, just to announce the IOPA fundraiser. We mentioned, Florian mentioned how to do that. Please, if you would like to donate, make a check to Saints Constantine and Helen ROC, which is Romanian Orthodox Church. That all doesn't fit on your check. So Saints Constantine and Helen ROC, and then they take the monies and they will give them to the charity. Okay, so we just wanted to announce that.
So we do my credit card today and burn a check.
Is there a credit card possibility?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, just see Florian and welcome. Thank you very much.
Oh, gosh, I'm glad. I heard, I'm glad you guys did this. It sounds. I've been waiting for this time. I've been there all along.
So we have a break now. Let's take advantage of the church that we have here.
Yeah, great. I live in New Jersey. So some changes like in the church, like when we went to Indiana, I moved to Indiana.
That's my wife.
Then went to Purdue. And my wife there, we stayed there. She grew up there. But Purdue, it wasn't an Orthodox church in Lafayette, it was a fellowship. And jurisdiction. And so he joined, technically, I don't know if the numbers are not, we're technically not there at the entity creation, but we were really, really early because they were still meeting, having services in the chapel and Catholic hospital and Malcolm like that. And we would set up for services. I was involved with the building committee, first one was the purchase. After we left,
We have other.
My second son, we did, my father was a deacon in his church, probably met me. He died in
And Dallas, Texas.
my second son was baptized in there, and my niece was also baptized in there. And then my daughter was my oldest son was baptized in Washington. And my daughter, though, by that time, would have donated their first real baptism. But then we my wife, What? I don't know. I was gonna say, and I didn't think there shouldn't. Hey, yes, of course, we don't go separate. But what if it had to be granted all separate? We don't know. Then what they do is they didn't ask for it. But somehow it came and it said, well, it may have been political, whatever, but at that time, it said, okay, we have clergy, we have monasteries, we have seminaries, we have order. You can do it yourself if you can do yourself. Oh, I just thought such was the right. Long ago, you want to come back. I think maybe they're concerned a little bit with saying the Church in Constantinople as a mother church is the only church, only people that gave on assembly to other churches. Alexandria did not. There was no and whatever Alexandria did not. Only Constantinople. And now Constantinople made that step. It gave our assembly to the Church of Ukraine, Russia. And now the Russian church says, oh, I can raise our assembly too. There's a problem. Because Constantinople said, only I can do it. Hey, you can't do that. Why not? I'm a sister church. Sister church. I need to do it. Oh, a little bit of search of my response to that question, right? And I don't know if there is an answer, right? But when I think about talk about first equals, right? That in my mind, that's a reference given, right? To be you're top of the order, right? If they're truly equal, top of the order, that's no problem. We can't. So that's where I think that's where it's going. We're supposed to equal as a sign of respect, but if they're truly equal, then could they all extend? I don't know. Again, that's we're so influenced by the idea of people it's fine. Pope Alexander, the same thing. They have a pope, that's it. But with us, we don't have, it's ideal chairmanship. So it consensus, approaches because we put in the meeting of all games and share. When we have when you say meet the bishops meet. You walk, you've seen, you've seen, I want to go there. Well, no, but it's very interesting. That's why I was trying to get you to walk in. To get ready to, Not everyone, but I mean, that certainly was true of many others.
So I guess I think we will get one more.
Oh, well. The way that's what it is.
So that is extends from Canada. But the usual
And
maybe we have, we'll make this. I mean, they have their own, they can establish a church over here, and then we have. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we like to have that mandate down. We're supported by the sixth man. By Little Caesar. He's the Mexico. That's the Russian. I think that's they were Russian Macedonian. So, did you get a little rest maybe when you were dry and rest a little bit?
Normally when I'm doing presentations,
Actually, I can tell you. I don't know my desktop, my laptop, wherever, I don't have yeah, there should be a better way than texting. Oh, yeah. Wow. Anything that
we not finished. My wife board of us. That was the paper. I'm sure. Over there. Yeah, we went to Pastel. Yeah. It was very good. We talked about all these issues. We're trying to do there. And various. But he said, you know, one of them accomplished is more people that do some that is not right. He is most so the Greek is budget individual.
what I didn't ask it right
You go to meet with them. Well, they have leadership.
diagram was very instructive. Even this on diagrams, because then, you know, you can actually see, we have parishes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I mean, we have more. He describes his my territory, the Key West. And from California, well, I mean, that's his territory. Yeah, you know, we shouldn't have any parishes. We should all be under the same, everything should be done. Why do we have two? Why do we have roll call? Why do we have, you know, some of these are. Just, what do your parish priests or your parish council, does that want to talk about? I want to talk about Orthodox Unity. I want to talk about what is this about? Because, you know, at least the OCA, you got their permission. We look at the bottom of the certification. Not all the organizations. But they should not be recognized by everybody. De facto, that's what it is on. Right? They elect them. When you get chrismated, where does that chrism? Well, the OCA makes the most chrism. If we Orthodox, our size is so big, so many parishes. Organizations, their own thing. How many people know that? So they worked on it for years. And they're serving parishes. Where does the Holy West is for information? Moving. I mean, instead of to the side, so they knew that this was one of the first things that people do. Show what was the organization. But they couldn't come to a consensus. So that's what we were told by the head of operations. The assembly just said, we're wasting our energy trying to do the administrative thing. It's not very many forms. We're going to focus now on AIOPA. The church in Romania doesn't need any parts from the US. They're paying no issues. Their salaries are coming from outside of Greece. We get bishops, priests, you know, once they get there, they couldn't see a way forward. There's a lot of these issues. Yeah, that's the reason George Kansas. Alexei they don't want to know the church. We wouldn't be working with us. That's what I said. advocacy.
Because they were connected to the church in Russia. So then everybody, all the other ethnic groups, like the Greeks, all of our archives, sending that. And then every jurisdiction started
application. There have been several books written.
So there wasn't unity. People were together.
It's not like they were things broken. It's just the reach has enough. And the obstacle is that these don't, they don't really have the issue. So this lady, for your first council, say we want to have a meeting, we want to talk about the declaration, the latest. We've been talking about it.
Yeah, we had.
So that's the problem.
But again, you have the blessing of the Sunday bishop, which is fine. As a certain other groups, wherever it's outside, support OCL.
It was more the very beginning when I seen it.
The one in North America is the only one that's this is the most important. This is the mandate was, so you need to regularize the situation. It's uncanonical. There's so many stuff. They set that up, and now Australia, other areas.
She's from
what happened there?
and they met and they did AIOPA. So I was like, do I show this now? That they so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna put a like it. And people will see, but they have but yeah.
So now
that means I see the family or the family does work and kids just paying for each other, and they don't support the kids are the key. But if you somehow you put them together, and
so the people do what you need to do. No, as soon as you start doing what you need to do, all of that means you're if they want to have influence here, they think their money supplies that can be cut off.
We're wasting money, we're wasting resources.
They have no more control.
When the kids get together,
family, the father's coming here.
we'll see how we look at our issue. They're all together. They don't have, more Romanian, I don't know, people.
So we have they say I have personally, I need to care. That is, and it's ridiculous, because you already have.
So we might just have to go to
Well, that would, I think that would. Well, I think in some cases,
They do in the
Yes.
not the other.
Yeah, and the idea is.
So that was one of the things, to reinstate.
We have agreed.
Yes, church. Thank you. Thank you very
I've actually.
That doesn't change our responsibility.
Okay, everyone.
That's why we.
You guys. I'm prompt to, right?
I need to watch.
I'll take it. Well, you see the people on here, everybody, yeah.
We're gonna start out here.
I always show either kids lighting a candle or something like that. Yeah, it's always lighting a candle.
Okay. We'll get started because some people have to catch flights. Okay, as soon as I'll get arranged here. Okay, welcome everyone to the last portion of our program. We've already introduced Alexei Krindatch, sociologist, who's done many surveys about the Orthodox Church, and he has a very interesting one that he's going to tell us about now, about post-pandemic, the church in the post-pandemic time. And he told me that he's been invited by the International Orthodox Theological Association to give a special presentation on this study, and that's going to be in January in Volos, Greece. So, we were talking, and I said, well, is there any way you could come, to our meeting and give us a preview? So, this is really the first public presentation beyond posting the study online, so we're very privileged to have him here and thank him for making the effort, taking a red eye, and being present with us today. So, Alexei, we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Well, I know everyone is hungry. Let me start by saying that, and this is a statement, that pandemic changed the religious life in America, period. It's not just about Orthodox. And if you wanted to learn about this a little bit more, and it changed in numerous ways. Most of it is also reflected in my presentation about Orthodox Church, but again, it goes beyond Orthodox Church. If you are interested, you can Google exploring pandemic impact on congregations. It's multi-million project which is sponsored by Laity Foundation. It goes over the period of 5 years. And a lot of findings are already posted online. So exploring pandemic impact on congregations. Myself, when I did this study, I worked very closely with my colleagues. So basically, this project is a small piece in this much bigger national project, which is called Exploring Pandemic Impact on Congregations.
Exploring pandemic what?
Exploring pandemic impact on congregations. Impact on congregations. So they have big website, number of findings, and it is a evolving project which is again put over the period of 5 years with multi-million support from Laity Foundation. My particular study was sponsored by a generous grant from Louisville Institute, which is arm of Laity Foundation, but they give money to individuals rather than corporations. Laity gives only to institutions. Louisville Institute gives money to individual researchers. And basically, the core question was how the pandemic transformed Orthodox Church, which many think of as ancient church which never changes. But it did change, as we will see. It was important for me in this study to hear both from clergy and from laity, because sometimes you have different perspectives from people in the pews and people on the pulpit. And we did it via two totally separate surveys. First, we had survey of clergy and then survey of laity, and they were independent in time, 1 month apart. And we did survey of laity not necessarily in the same parishes where clergy were. So two samples were absolutely separate from one another. I was amazed how consistent were responses from clergy and from laity. Basically, what we learned from clergy, some questions were different, but a lot of them were the same, were super consistent with one another. And I was impressed, because in my previous survey, sometimes I had gaps between what clergy say and what people in the pew would say. Not in this study. The answers were very consistent. Also, all study reports are published on website orthodoxreality.org. So if you go to orthodoxreality.org, there is a page which says Coronavirus and American Orthodox Parishes. There are 2 reports, 2 shorter versions of reports, and a lot of other interesting stuff. But today, I will focus only on 7 findings, which I have thought are really interested to discuss with you, and also which might have long-term consequences for Orthodox Church life in America. One of the fascinating findings was that we asked people about different forms of their church participation. You know, your overall involvement in the parish, how often you go to the church, etc., etc. And across the board, during pandemic, church participation has dropped. In other words, across the board, people go less frequently to the church. They don't feel as strongly attached to life of a parish. You know, beyond worship services, they less volunteer, etc., etc., which is sort of understandable. If you don't go to the church for some extended period of time, you get out of habit, you know. But at the same time, we ask people what happened to their personal faith. And plurality of people reported that they have become stronger in their personal faith. What we see is discrepancy. People are growing in their personal faith, but they drop from their church participation. Now, will this trend continue? Remains to be seen. But this is somewhat worrisome finding for our church leadership. People say they have stronger faith, but they don't go to church as often, they don't feel as involved as they used to be pre-pandemic. That was first interesting finding. When you think about figures, when I just mentioned decline in church participation, basically your typical median parish is which is in the middle in the United States, declined by 15% in terms of in-person worship attendance, and by 17% by number of all people who are involved in the life of the parish. Now, the blue bars represent Orthodox churches. Here are data from exploring pandemic impact, your average American Christian congregation. They dropped even stronger than us, but still it is still sort of bad situation. Basically, what it means, out of 7 parishioners, 1 doesn't show up in the church anymore, in your typical parish. But what is interesting, on the widespread backdrop of overall decline, about 17% of parishes increased their worship attendance by more than 20%, and 20% of parishes have grown in members by more than 20%. In other words, in these communities, in this smaller number of communities, during pandemic, attendance and membership spiked. 20% is significant increase within 5 years. And then we looked what makes those parishes special. What happened to those 17-20% of parishes which suddenly experienced growth in members and growth in worship attendance? What we found that those parishes are, first of all, a lot of those parishes were communities which stayed open through pandemic no matter what. In some places it was legally possible, in some places it was done illegally. But bottom line is, most of those parishes were those who never closed their doors. And sure enough, they picked up a number of folks from other churches, who didn't want, stop their church attendance. Also, interestingly enough, those are parishes which do not offer their worship services online. Also, those parishes are sort of experimental parishes. In most of those parishes, parishioners strongly agree with the statement, our parish is always willing to try new things and to meet new challenges. In other words, they think out of the box, they experiment with new things, they adjust to new circumstances. And also, those parishes tend to be sort of very intense Orthodox communities because members strongly agree with the statement, our parish expects parishioners to strictly follow the practices of Orthodox Church, like weekly attendance, etc., etc. So you have a combination of two. Experimental thinking, but then very strict followance of all Orthodox Church requirements. Also, in those parishes which spiked in members, there was a unity among parishioners in terms of how to handle pandemic, in terms of safety protocols. Some of them didn't change anything and said, okay, we just keep going, no masks, Holy Communion the same way, from the same chalice. In some, they were exactly opposite, but bottom line was that there was no conflict within communities. The whole parish community decided it one way or other. They were not divided by conflicts. And also, sort of predictably, a lot of those parishes are led by convert clergy and most of their members are converts. So this is a typical portrait of a parish which has become much stronger through pandemic. Also, we looked at different parish ministries, and what we found that the greatest victim of pandemic is religious education for children. Yes, parishes dropped in worship attendance. Yes, parishes declined in members. But even more was affected religious education of children. Here are two comparable data. We asked clergy and laity. So basically, what happened with religious education in your parish? In 18% of parishes, or 16 so the data from clergy and laity are very similar. In almost 1/5 of the parishes, the religious education has been shut down since the start of pandemic and never resumed. In about 40 to 45%, religious education was switched to online mode, and then it came back to in-person. And in about 30%, 87% of our parishes, religious education for children remained in person through pandemic.
Could you go back one?
Yes.
What's the white on the end?
Yes. So the same question was asked in EPIC study, but 3 options to respond were the same for EPIC study. The other options were different. So we have comparable data for first 2 options, for first 3 options, but we don't have comparable data for other options. If we would measure it in actual numbers, we found that compared to pre-pandemic, your typical American parish misses currently about 1/3 students in their religious education classes. So out of 3 children or young people, 3 teenagers, 1 does not show up or does not participate in religious education anymore. So drop by 1/3. So 1/3 of young people are gone from religious education compared to pre-pandemic. Now, in case of education for adults, we actually picked up. So pandemic was good in terms of more people are involved in Bible studies in parishes, adults. But we lost 1/3 of our young people participating in religious education. And this was the greatest negative impact of pandemic on American Orthodox parishes. And those figures, this data came from the survey of clergy. When we asked parishioners 30% of parents reported either complete withdrawal of their children from parish religious education or decline in their participation. But what was also interesting, we looked at different parishes, and those parishes which never switched to online education for children, they either kept number of their students or even increased. And then we had focus groups with clergy and with lay people, and the finding was very simple. Switching religious education to online format is killer for children's religious education. It might be good and beneficial for adults. You have weekday, people don't feel like driving to the church, and if you have already engaged people, it actually could be good for adults religious education. But don't switch online religious education for children and teenagers. They need to be in physical classes. In those parishes which kept their religious education for children and teenagers through pandemic in person, they found ways how to do this in private houses, etc. They benefited from this. And another thing which we found also in this study, well, adults sort of would fall out of habit of going to the church if the church is closed, for 2, 3, 4 months. But with children and teenagers, it happens even faster. So you interrupt your Sunday school attendance once a week or every second week. And then you interrupt it for 1 month, for 2, for 3, they don't come back. And again, we found that on the backdrop of this, decline, still 14% of parishes picked up and gained much more students, more than 20%. So in 14% of American Orthodox parishes, currently in their religious education classes, they have more than 20% plus as compared to pre-pandemic. And then we looked what makes those parishes special. As I say, parish religious education has always been and remains in person, so they never switch to online. Parish also does not offer worship services online, so the children cannot watch worship services online. Parish never ceased in-person worship through pandemic. Also, parish is led by convert clergy or has high percentage of converts among members. And parish is also intentionally Orthodox, which means parents are really trying to educate their children about faith. So those 14% of parishes experienced increase in young people participation in religious education. And then when we looked at different factors, main conclusion was very simple. If you want young people, and again, we are not talking about adults, if you want young people, children, teenagers, to participate in faith formation programs, 2 things are crucial. In-person classes, not online classes. And regular church attendance, not that they come just for Sunday school, but they are present for the entire worship service. And here's one quotation which I really like, and this came from one of clergymen. Make them more involved in the church service and explain that religious education is part of preparation for liturgical activity. Get them involved in singing, serving, bell ringing, etc. And they will be there for education classes and events. So, in other words, make religious education meaningful to them. Explain that this is preparation to be actively involved in sacramental activities, and then children will get saved. Interesting finding was that also 2/3 of Orthodox parishes in America switched to online worship for some period of time, when churches were closed. And most of them still keep online option available for parishioners. Live streaming still continues, so you introduce it and you keep it. But when we looked what might be a possible future of online version in parish life, everything suggests that actually online version of Orthodox parish does not have a big future. And I explain why. So on the one hand, when you compare clergy and parishioners, more than half of parishioners say that in principle, they still wanted to have online option to attend. So they say, okay, I'm in favor of having in my parish online option, which is not case of clergy. In case of clergy, it's minority. So majority of clergy are against of keeping in their parishes online services. So you can say, okay, all right, more than half of parishioners are voting for having online services as an option. So why there is no future for, for online life in Orthodox parish? Well, we ask the question, if you had a choice and COVID-19 was not a concern at all, would you prefer to participate in the following in person or online? Sunday liturgy, 88% in person only, 11% mixture of, online, on in person, only 1% say online. Same day for weekday services, same thing for confessions, counseling with priests. What was most amazing for me, even when they asked, how about parish business meetings? Still 47% want to do this in person. And 42% say, yeah, maybe a mixture of person and online. And only 11% say they wanted to do this online. Business meetings with the parish. So basically, people in the pews tell us that it is nice to have online option, but as far as me concerned, I prefer to do things in person. And not only come for worship services, but for all other parish-related activities. This is why we are saying that it doesn't seem that online church will become a widespread of version of church in case of Orthodox community in the United States. What also was very interesting, when we look at this picture, and then we look at questions, at the same question separately for different age categories. I was thinking that among young people, support for online parish would be stronger. It turned out to be opposite way. In other words, our younger respondents were stronger supporters of in-person activities, all spheres of church life. And they were less in favor, less, not more, but less in favor of having online option to attend in principle. This was very interesting finding. So all the people were more like, okay, that's fine, we can do this online. Younger people say, no, in person. Now, do we need to totally kill online activities in our churches? The answer is no. Because we found at least 2 areas of church life where online version is beneficial. One I mentioned already, religious education for adults. Apparently it works. It works quite well, you have more people participating, etc., etc. The second area is work with prospective catechumens. So you have inquirers about Orthodox faith, potential converts, and for this type of activities, online version also works quite well. So online options should be available. It's good to have this online option, but it will be not flourishing in our Orthodox churches anytime soon. Pandemic changed trust of our church members in church leadership and process of decision making in the parishes. What we found was that as a result of pandemic, trust in parish clergy went up. In other words, people were happy with how their local clergy handled situation. Not all of them, but overall. And 43% of parishioners say that now they trust more their parish clergy to make wise decisions than they did pre-pandemic. 33% say my trust is the same, only 24% said, well, now I trust my clergy less. But with bishops, it was opposite way. Only 20% of parishioners say that they now trust their bishops more to make good decisions, and 40% say no. So you have growing popularity of local clergy and declining popularity of hierarchs as a consequence of pandemic. And the simplest explanation is that, most of our bishops have big dioceses, multi-state dioceses. And you remember that during pandemic, each local parish had very unique local circumstances. Sometimes it was about legal provisions because each locality was different. What was possible in this county was impossible in this county. But also each parish had unique demography. And what was good in terms of keeping, the same way of Holy Communion, administering Holy Communion, or keeping church open, or not very mass. What was good in the context of particular parish was not so good in another parish. But it was difficult for bishops who are responsible for multi-state dioceses to pay attention and to issue individual guidelines for each local parish. The result was that in most of cases, bishops issued just general directives which would be uniform for all parishes. And this didn't fly very well during pandemic because the situation was critical and local circumstances were extremely different. So the result was, like I say, that people now appreciate more their clergy, but less appreciate their bishops' ability to make good decisions. Also, we are a hierarchical church, and basically, if an important decision is made, those decisions are always, so to speak, issued by bishops or blessed by bishops. But 33% of clergy which participated in this study agreed with stating during pandemic, our parish became accustomed to making decisions locally and without waiting for guidance from diocesan headquarters. 1/3. So, parishes learned and got a test of those local independent decision making. Will this stay in the parishes post-pandemic? Maybe. Because they know already that sometimes they can make more efficient decisions than those decisions which comes from hierarchs. Again, I'm not saying it is good or bad, it's reality. So 33% of clergy think that they can now make decisions by themselves with their local parish community without waiting for bishops. And this comes from the survey of Laity. So this is what clergy told us, and this is what parishioners tell us. During pandemic, in only 19% of parishes, when decisions were made, there was open discussion within whole parish community about safety measures, safety protocols, all those interesting things. But now, post-pandemic, 50% of our parishioners say we feel that in possible future critical situations, whole parish should be involved in process of decision making. So the idea of making decisions locally with entire parish community is now fairly rooted as a result of pandemic in our local parishes. And this was probably the most interesting finding. We asked very general question. How would you compare overall strength and vitality of your parish before pandemic and now? Basically, and those data came from Laity, those data came from clergy. So very percentages are fairly similar. So essentially, slightly more than 1/3 of parishes say we are stronger than we used to be. And about 1/3 say we are weaker, and about the remaining are sort of in the middle. But then we looked at those 12% of parishes which say we are much stronger now than before pandemic. And we wanted to understand what do they mean when they say they are much stronger now. What exactly? How it expresses itself? That was question number one. And question number two, okay, you tell us why you are stronger now, but what is special about those parishes? Why those 12-13% of parishes spiked in their vitality as a result of pandemic? A number of things happened to those parishes. So first we looked how this growth in vitality expressed itself. Members increased their overall church participation. Members also report that many more of their fellow parishioners show up at worship services. Members increase their giving to parishes. More children participate in religious education programs. Also, parishioners in those parishes say that they have now much stronger personal faith. Parishioners also feel much stronger trust in their clergy ability to make wise decisions. And also, parishioners are now much more optimistic about the ability of their fellow parishioners to work together across their differences. So no matter that we may have different opinions about COVID, we are still can make joint decisions. And here are charts which just show differences with regard to all those statements which I just showed. So basically, green bars represented those parishes which reported that they are now much stronger in their vitality. So on all those, and this is all other parishes, we are all other parishes. And you can see this is percentage of members reporting, for example, increasing overall involvement in the parish, the number of people attending services, the number of people who increase their giving. So on all those indices, green bars, which represent members from parishes which says we are much stronger now, are much longer than those green ones. So those are expressions of growth in vitality. But then we looked at distinct features of those parishes. So here we have those 12-30% of parishes where more people go to worship services, where there are more members, where more children participate in religious education, where people give per person more money to the church, where they say we have greater trust in our clergy and they say we have stronger personal beliefs. So we separated those 12% of parishes and we looked what they share in common. What they share in common, first, they have majority of members who are converts. Also, those parishes more likely to be experimental, where members strongly agree that our parish is willing to try new things and meet new challenges. Also, a lot of them continued worship services in person through the whole pandemic. The doors were never closed. Their members overwhelmingly disapprove of online worship services. They say no worship services online. Also, those parishes found ways to offer their members strong sense of being supported during pandemic. They took well care about of their members. Then we also asked members in those parishes, do you prefer parishes where everyone has sort of the same ideas, uniformities of beliefs, of practices, and general approach to social matters? Or do you prefer parishes which encourage diversity in terms of people's opinions? And interestingly enough, those parishes which spiked in vitality, most members say we prefer uniform parishes, where all members have the same ideas and social and political attitudes. Overall, in those parishes, we asked some questions, for example, about attitudes towards ordination of women as deacons, or tolerance towards LGBTQ, etc., etc. And we found those in those parishes which spiked in vitality, most members tend to have conservative attitudes. In other words, they disapprove of homosexuality, they totally against of ordination of women as compared to other parishes. And finally, interestingly enough, in those parishes which spiked in vitality, a high proportion of members were, so to speak, anti-vax and anti-mask wearing and don't believe in dangers of COVID, etc., etc. And so here are just figures which confirm all those statements. But this is a typical portrait of your parish, which spiked in vitality during pandemic. Now, this was, so to speak, collective portrait, but then we looked a little bit closer at those parishes which spiked in vitality, and basically we found that there are three categories of parishes which were more likely to grow in vitality during pandemic. The first one, we call them experimental parishes. And those are parishes where members strongly agree that their parishes are always willing to try new things and meet new challenges. About 30% of all American parishes. The second category, which does not necessarily overlap with first category, we call them never closing parishes. Parishes which never shut down their doors for in-person worship. About 20% of all American parishes never close their doors for in-person worship. They never interrupted their in-person worship services. And the last category we call intentionally Orthodox parishes, where members agree that in our parish we expect all members to strictly follow practices of Orthodox Church, such as weekly worship attendance, fasting, confessions, participation in religious education, etc., etc. About 17% of all American parishes are in this category. What was also interesting, that there was certain overlap between never closing and intentionally Orthodox. In other words, quite a few parishes were simultaneously in both of those categories. Parishes intentionally Orthodox and never closed their doors for worship services. But there was very little overlap between those experimental parishes and those two categories. So experimental parishes were different. And then we also looked at those three categories separately and looked, okay, how this growth in vitality expressed itself. All three categories, experimental, never closing, and intentionally Orthodox, were equally good in terms of offering their parishioners sense of support during pandemic. There was no difference in this regard between those three categories. All of them were sort of similar in number of people, in increase, in percentage increase of number of people who participate in parish life. And all those three categories were good at retaining their children in religious education, or even at an increasing number of students. But then when we looked in terms of growth in total membership, never closing parishes and intentionally Orthodox parishes picked up more members than experimental parishes. And compared to never closing parishes, more members in intentionally Orthodox parishes also reported growth in their personal faith. But then, experimental parishes were winners in terms of financial giving. In the experimental parishes, many more members started to give more to the parish. And also, experimental parishes were especially successful in building better communities among parishioners. In those parishes, more members agree that as a result of pandemic, our parishioners can work jointly and across the differences. So you have this overall portrait of those 12-13% of parishes which spiked in vitality, but in reality you have three different groups: experimental parishes, never closing parishes, and intentionally Orthodox parishes. You have three paths through pandemics which were relatively successful compared to other parishes. So, we know where we are now, but where we are heading. And it looks like we would have quite a few flourishing and growing in members parishes, but they probably would be similar to those 12-13% which I just described. overall, we are heading towards smaller parishes, smaller in size. Parishes post-pandemic inevitably will be smaller. We are heading towards even faster declining participation of young people in our parishes. This trend was already before pandemic, but pandemic exacerbated this trend. And I expect young people participation to continue to decline faster than adults participation. And also we are heading towards independent decision making, sort of like, you know, American tradition of congregationalism. That's what the survey suggests. So those four trends are likely to stay with us for foreseeable future. And we have to live with those four trends. We have to accept them and take them into account. Maybe some more trends will show up, which are still invisible for us, but those four trends are well obvious. Thank you. Questions? Challenges?
Did you comment on what trends are invisible to us?
I don't know yet.
You don't know, man. You don't see them yet.
I know about those four for sure, yes. What interesting was again, here is the word smaller parishes, but in parentheses I put perhaps with remaining members being more involved. That came from many clergy comments. I don't have statistics, but we had open-ended questions. And a lot of clergy say, well, you know, my parish declined by 25, 30%, 17%, whatever it is. But they emphasized that those are people who were, even before pandemic, marginally involved. Core group of parishioners stays, and in many instances, they have become more frequent churchgoers and more generous in terms of donations. So you have smaller parishes, but in many instances with more devoted church members. And those clergy who accepted this reality, they are now much more successful because they are not looking for old folks who are already gone. They are hopeless, they are gone. They will not come back. But those who say, okay, I have smaller membership, but they are more devoted, they are doing relatively well. So this might be another interesting thing.
How many people were surveyed in this?
So in case of clergy, we had about 400 participants, 400 parishes. In case of laity, we had 2,100 people across the United States. Not from the same, and I emphasize, they are not from the same parishes, but clergy were.
And did you write these questions, or was this part of the bigger survey?
So most questions which were in Orthodox survey were my questions. But I picked up a few questions from surveys of my colleagues, and this is how, for example, we can compare changes in the involvement in religious education, worship attendance. So, and I continue to work with it. In fact, what happened with our Orthodox participation, part of this big EPIC project exploring pandemic impact of congregations was to select 20 congregations from different religious traditions and to make what they call longitudinal panel. And they asked me to nominate 20 Orthodox churches for 5 years participation in EPIC, with focus groups, with regular surveys. So currently 20 our parishes are, you know, embedded in this EPIC study, and they will be doing it over a period of 5 years. So we will be still getting a lot of comparable data.
So is the result of this positive or negative? When it says 12 to 13%, that's a very low number.
Right.
So is the projection bad or good?
That's what I was trying to say. Overall, pandemic resulted in decline in our Orthodox parishes in many measures. Worship attendance, overall involvement, giving sort of first went up and then it dropped down. Children participation So out of all our communities, only 12-13% spiked in vitality. And I just gave pictures of this community. The small
The ones
community,
that spiked.
mostly convert populated, mostly anti-vax, mostly never closed worship services, for in-person attendance. Mostly conservative social and political attitudes among members. Prefer to have uniformity of beliefs and practices in the parish. So it's more like intentional community. And those have grown through pandemic, and they picked up quite a few folks from other parishes. And those people whom they picked up during pandemic are unlikely to go back to their home parishes. They will stay with those 12-13%. So I guess we talked about discrepancy. You have those small islands of flourishing intentional communities where people super oriented on their Orthodox faith, where faith becomes part of their everyday life. And then in other parishes, it's sort of like, life goes down.
Does that measure converts during the pandemic, or is it just measure people that were Orthodox before?
So, in this study, we had people who were Orthodox from before pandemic, but some of them were converts, some of them are great Orthodox.
It doesn't measure new additions.
No. We do know that, we just spoke with his eminence. I spent last weekend in one of those parishes. We also know that those parishes which never closed for in-person worship services, they picked up during pandemic a lot of catechumens, especially young single men, less so women. Because pandemic resulted also in sort of spiritual search. So that people found themselves in situation instability, and they were looking for some sort of stability. Now, theoretically, they could have landed in any church, but few churches were open. So whoever was open was able to pick up those soul searchers.
We call that the Jordan Peterson influence.
So last weekend I was in one of those parishes. So again, and those people have become strong believers, and they stay in those 12 churches. So you also have changing demographic profiles. By the way, most of those men, again, I don't have reliable statistics, but it's sort of anecdotal. Most of them came from non-denominational churches. Not Catholic, not from liturgical traditions, but from more self-independent churches.
You ask a lot of questions.
Yes, sir.
Alexei, I just want to say thank you for this beautiful artwork that you put together for the Orthodox Church, the surveys that you collected for us. I can sense a lot of work in it. But since you are a sociologist, I want to ask you, maybe you can keep an eye on the radar. Do you see any, did you know any surveys on the other Christian, Protestant churches? Are we doing better or worse? Because Orthodox Church is different than the Protestant Church, because we have communion distributed the same spoon, and we might have different, this kind of surveys. Do you know any surveys from the other Christian churches?
Well, that's what I was saying. Look at this big project which is called Exploring Pandemic Impact on Congregations. Because they look across the board of whole American religion, including non-Christian groups. So we do have comparable data. Group by group, exploring pandemic impact on congregations. By the way, you mentioned Holy Communion. We talked about experimental parishes which are not necessarily intentionally Orthodox or never closing parishes. And as you probably are aware, changes in Holy Communion was one of hot matters during pandemic. Disposable spoon, sterilized spoon, all those interesting things were going around. In quite a few of those parishes which are called experimental, which were not anti-vax, which were pretty much following safety protocols, but they still wanted to accommodate, different preferences. They did like buffet. In other words, you can take Holy Communion in different ways, being in the same sanctuary. From the same chalice, with sterilized spoon, with disposable spoons. So they offered members a possibility. They were flexible because they realized during pandemic you have to be flexible to accommodate different constituencies of parishioners. So, but this was their own decision making. This is why I emphasize. I think that this mentality, we can make decisions on our own faster and more efficient, will stay in those parishes.
Thank you.
A lot of data to digest. Go to orthodoxreality.org. Both reports are published. This is just small fragments.
So if you were to sum up shortly, like the moral of the story, what should the majority of parishes learn from the pandemic to, be viable? And because you told me we cannot go back to the way things were.
Well, again, we do know that we are in person church. That's what comes from the Sunday, right? So some people speculate the whole life of church will go online, now we will worship online. No. So that's number one. And clergy and parish leaders should keep it in mind, and they should keep their churches, all activities as in person as possible. Second, this is especially true for any activities which are for young people. Don't do things online, in person only. That is essential. And number three is just it is okay to be small. We have become smaller, but this is true also about other American Christian communities. So stop being nostalgic about your numbers pre-pandemic. Live with what you have now. It's also a step
Thank you.
Alexei, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to everyone, thank you for a wonderful day and afternoon. I think there's lunch. On behalf of OCL, we thank you for coming to learn more. Thank you, Father, for your hospitality. It was wonderful to feel so welcomed and to see your family. Remnants, thank you for your support as always over these decades now. But I think takeaway and an ask really is to please continue to engage, be informed, read, ask questions, and talk. Share with your friends. Sign the petition. Ask everyone you know. Don't just ask them once. Ask them 5 times. In sales, sometimes they say you get 7 no's before a yes. Maybe that has to be considered here in our efforts. And if there is anything that's holding you back, Patty and I had a nice short conversation. We want to know, right? Because in some cases there's straightforward answers. If there aren't, we want to try to address them, and that's why, as George shared, we've put out, so far 3 additional papers, right, to address those questions. We're sure that it will be more, and we're committed as an organization to continue to issue content. So again, thank you all. Thank you.
Have a proposal, so we wanted to see what we're going towards. For the dessert, okay?
I was just gonna say, I thought I would build lunch. That's the
So if
dessert.
you like to come over here, so you can take a picture. And now we have like 2 seconds so we can put everything we need on the table. Huh? So pleasant.
You want the cake on? You want to put the cake down and put the everyone?
Yeah, we take a picture with the cake. Yes.
We're gonna do a step up.
Oh.
And then you like time.
So I'm done with my presentation. Yeah, it was quite good.
So let's take the back of this table to take a picture. Come on up.
I will sketch. That's fine, I will just make it. Then I just Hello?
George.
Yes, I say then I guess.
We need to get some of the people to say small.
Let's take a picture.
Alexei.
Alexei, the middle guy.
Yeah, but who else can? Does anyone have a remote photo that we should do so that Florian can be in the picture?
I'll Photoshop him in.
No. I mean, seriously, we can do it on an iPhone, take a timer.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. There we go. One more. Okay. 3, 2, 1. There we go.
The cake. But seriously, why don't we snap it? Make sure you send it.
I'm sorry.
Well, depends on what you think about it. I think the online thing wore off.
Yeah, I mean, the fellowship, of course, it is the one thing is like in our church, but I don't think we can change anything because it didn't say don't do it. If we can gather around the table, we all gather around the table, like 75 people. Bring the food strong. It's important. Oh, yeah. They've been in the parish for decades. It needs to come. Like, boy, that didn't get broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, our church.
Yeah.
We'll stand around the table because I know some of you are leaving to the airport and we want you to have lunch. And it's part of it. Name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Now forever in the age of age, amen. Our
Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Our Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, now and forever in the age of age, amen. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Holy Master, give the blessing. Lord, bless the food and drink and fellowship, and direct our path according to your holy will, so that it may not grow faint, but can continue with the holy work you've entrusted to our hands. In the name of the Father, and Son, and Holy Spirit.
Amen. Amen. Por favor, now. Dale, Alexei.